annual model boat race here at the Marine Institute in wonderfully sunny St. John's, Newfoundland. I'm going to be talking to you today about the competition. I'm going to kind of try to give you some color commentary, some technical analysis. And right now what we're doing is we're just waiting for the teams to get their boats in the water so we can do the morning runs, which are going to be a series of speed runs. Basically, you're trying to get the best possible time. I believe this year we have 10 schools in competition with each other, and can't wait to get started. As you can probably see, there are already people in the spectators crowd waiting. And yeah, let's have a fun, enjoyable race day. We'll see how the designs and everything stack up against each other. Definitely some new schools this year compared to years past, so probably some people are going to bring some interesting new creative designs that we haven't seen. That is very, very, very exciting. All right, so let's await the competitors. And actually, I believe the first one is coming up right now, and they're going to get their boats into the water. And this should be, if I wait for the actually, there we go. I think this is Southwest Arm Academy. There we go. And let's see. From what I can tell from my current angle, looks like they have, I think they have a monohull that's going to be a bit of a laning vessel, but we're going to see when they get it into the water. So a couple of sort of key things to consider. You want excellent controllability, because you obviously don't want to go out of control. You want a boat that goes as fast as possible, especially during time trials. And, you know, and a good pilot will always be good for that. Let's see how this one does. Yes, definitely looks like a monohull vessel. So they're getting set up right now. And one of the instructors at the Marine Institute, someone who teaches naval architecture, is currently explaining the whole course, I believe. They have to weave in and out, looks like, as he's trying to explain that to them. And then they're trying to get around the course as quickly as possible to get the fastest possible time. So they're also going to have, if I remember correctly, they will have a couple of runs to do in order to establish best possible time. So we await the first team and their first boat, and we'll see how they do. And of course, the rest of the competition is to see how everybody else stacks up. First rule of model boat design, or actually any boat design, is make sure your boat doesn't sink. So let's definitely hope that this boat does both things. All right, in the water. Ooh, there we go. Okay. So this is also why we generally have a couple of runs for each team, because the first one is usually a bit of a, call it a, whatchamacallit, a bit of a test run, because the person who is the pilot has to have a pretty good feel of how this whole thing will drive. And as you can see, it's a little bit more challenging than one would assume. So there's a little bit of touch and go, but once the pilots have a feel, then you typically see a lot more speed obtained. At the beginning, it's a little bit more gingery in terms of like trying to figure out how to get your boat going. There we go. And that's the first run complete. Boat definitely is a boat. All right. Looks good. I believe they're probably going to put him back in and get him set up for another run here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh. Remember the thing I was saying at the very beginning? Controllability is actually quite important, and this is kind of a very good demonstration of why controllability is such a huge aspect in model boat. You have a lot of power on these little boats, and you know, if your controllability is not there, it's actually quite hard to maneuver around the tank. So with this one, you can see the power because the boat just wants to take off, but it's hard to have it lined up properly, you know? But I definitely would assure you that over the course of the day, as teams, you know, test out their boats and they make some modifications, boats typically get a lot better. And there we go. They made it to the finish line. And there we go. It's getting picked up out of the water. And that's typically a check to see if there's any water that's made it inside, you know, anything that might disrupt electronics or potentially sink the boat. So typically a check just to make sure that everything is good. And here we go, boat's getting put back in. So it's another trial here. Ah, you can see pilot is definitely figuring it out. Much more controllability, and you see it now. They're not fully gunning it, but you notice the consistent application of power this time, right? Where the first, I think, 2 runs you kind of saw more of a jerk where, you know, power is applied and then power is taken off. But now you can see it's kind of a little bit more consistent. And look at this, oh, such a better run. Good job, guys. Yeah, there we go. Yep. This is what I said at the beginning. As the pilots get better, the speeds typically get better, the times get better, because it's, you know, it takes some time for them to figure it out. Another check. I do believe they're getting another one here. Later on in the day, as after the speed trials are done, there's also head-to-head, and those are actually very exciting because you have 2 teams that are going to try to beat each other in terms of best times, and there's a lot of interesting stuff that happens during that competition. Oh, here we go. So one other thing to kind of, I guess, bring up, and this is just something to consider as well, is that the boats, they also get sort of these reflected waves and stuff like that, and the waves that they're making, and these waves also bounce off like the side of the tank and stuff like that. And interestingly enough, they can have an impact on how easy it is to control your boat. I believe water has entered the boat, and I believe that will be the end of the run here. Yeah, so remember at the very beginning I did say this, you know, one of the most important parts of any boat is make sure the water doesn't come into the boat. Yeah, and for the model boats especially, you know, inside there's a bunch of electronics and everything like that, and that generally I don't think does play super well with water. So, but you know, hey, they had one very good run there. I think the 3rd one was phenomenal, and I'm pretty sure they got a pretty solid time there. But it definitely seems like they need to take the boat back and make some additional modifications. All right. Okay, we await the next team, I think. Yes, and I think that is the end of the first team's run. Good job, Southwest Arm Academy. You guys had a pretty solid run there. Let's wait for St. Peter's Junior High. They're going to have a different boat, and let's see how that boat performs. All right. Good job to Southwest. Yeah, they had a very decent run there. See if there's see how the next team does. So we will wait them to get into the tank and get their boat up. Alrighty. And I believe Southwest is, yeah, they're heading off right now. Okay, we await the next team. While we wait the next team to make their way to the tank, get their boat in the water, there is an interview coming up, I believe, with the previous team, just to get their thoughts on their very first run, and see what they notice. And so we're just awaiting that being set up currently as well, waiting for the interview. And hopefully once the interviews are done, we'll also have the next boat in the water. And all right, here we go.
Okay. You just tell me when, okay? You don't mind?
I did ask what you're doing. Feeling the texture. It was weird. It's a weird feeling backdrop. It's like. Oh, it's like. Oh, it's like a blanket somehow. Alright, we're live.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm here with the team that kicked off the 12th annual model boat race. Can you guys introduce yourself?
I'm Isaac Stringer from Southwest Arm, and hello, I'm Hugo,
Nice
also
to
from
meet-
Southwest Arm.
Nice to meet you both. Can you tell me what your biggest design challenge was?
Finding the competence to build a boat.
That's very valid. Anything else?
Last year it took on a lot of water, so I'm pretty sure the team just covered it in glue, which is why it's white.
Gotcha. But it looks lovely. What features make your boat stand out from the other competition, do you think?
There's a high likelihood it's gonna probably explode somehow.
Oh,
Not because it wasn't wired correctly, that's the one thing going for it. It's the fact that we built it, so...
okay. I'm sure you'll
not,
do great.
Not to put us down or anything, but I don't trust it.
I'm sure you'll do great. If you could change anything now, what would you change about your boat?
Make the back flat, because right now it's basically a canoe.
Gotcha.
We were hoping to make a catamaran,
Like-
but we didn't really have time.
It likes to point up, like it'll go like.
We'll just
What were you saying, sorry?
It likes to point up. It likes to go like this when it should be like this on the water.
I see.
I think that's what he's saying.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for sharing with me today. Good luck out there, and we'll be cheering you on, and we'll see you after lunch again.
Alrighty then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Alrighty, and we're back. Hope the interview was an interesting one for all of you, and we are currently awaiting St. Peter's Junior High. Going back to something a little bit more, technical regarding the previous boat. I'm not sure if viewers actually noticed that it was a little bit challenging in terms of maneuverability. Like it was, as they were trying to make their runs, it looked like sometimes the boat would almost over-maneuver. And one of the things that, for any aspiring naval architects out there, right, there's sort of, you got to think about how big you want to make the rudder, right? Because the rudder generates this initial turning force for your vessel. And if you make the rudder really large, it might generate a little too much, make the vessel a little bit difficult to control. But if you make it too small, you have the sort of opposing problem where the rudder isn't big enough, and therefore, because it's not big enough, doesn't actually generate sufficiently, big turning forces. So it is one of the things that, that if you are thinking of participating or are in the process of participating in model boat, this is something that in the future when you're designing you should really think about, is sort of how big the rudder is. Now, And here is where I get to nerd out a little bit and kind of be a little bit more extra. It actually even has an impact depending on how you've positioned the rudder with relation to the propeller. Now, obviously, all model boats, the ones that we're seeing in the tank, all of them are going to have a single propeller, single rudder, and the rudder is actually going to be placed essentially kind of right behind where the propeller is. So in the model boats, what typically will happen is that the and here this is where, like, you know, nerd full on you know, kind of goes. But if you have a rudder that's actually placed behind an active propeller, especially in sort of very small scale, which this is because it's a small scale model boat competition, the rudder actually is more effective than it would be had you scaled the vessel up into full size. You know, but of course, in, you know, if you're really talking about like kind of real life vessel configurations, the rudders that are placed not behind propellers will actually demonstrate sort of the opposite effect. They'll actually be a lot less efficient, and this has a lot to do with things like laminar flow and things like that. So yeah, there we go. That's me nerding out for a couple of minutes while waiting our next team, who I think is still making their way to the tank. I do believe I'm starting to see them right now, and oh yeah, I am starting to see them. So, looks like a bit of a different design from the previous boat. The previous one seemed like it was a little bit more similar, maybe, to a speedboat. This one, wow, this one, it's hard to see. It's big, actually. It is big. It's got a really big skeg on the bottom of the vessel there. There's sort of a really big centerline skeg. Yep, single propeller again, so single rudder. Rudder looks like an okay size for a model vessel this size. But the boat itself seems, yeah, very interesting. I wonder what the inspiration for this design is. I mean, I'm sure that might come up during an interview, but it's a kind of a big boat, actually. I'm going to be honest. And a very, very different look than the previous teams. So, yep. All right, let's get it into the water, and let's see how St. Peter's Junior High's boat performs. And remember the golden rule as always, as long as they don't sink, it's all good. All right, there we go. Okay, I think final instructions are being given. Yeah, I really do wonder. I wonder if this is kind of inspired by some of the local fishing boats. You know, because yeah, I would assume, and this makes this, you know, and I could be wrong, but I'm gonna currently make a bit of an assumption that this boat might see some pretty good directional stability. You know, because you've got this big skeg underneath it. You might actually have some pretty good directional stability. So now the question is, do we get the balance right? Right? You know, the rudder does look okay. I mean, I would love to get out there with a, you know, ruler and do an actual measurement in terms of the size of the rudder. But of course, I am your discombobulated inner voice giving, whoa, okay. Well, okay, so I'm not sure they're gonna get a run in because the boat has basically immediately capsized. Right. So back to the nerdy naval architecture stuff, because that's always a fun thing to do, to sort of help you understand what's kind of going on. So when you have a normal boat and you put it into the water, and we're talking like not just model boats, but like sort of real life boats and everything like that, there's this idea of metacentric height. And basically, if it's positive, you have this kind of righting force that brings the vessel back. But if it goes into the negatives, when you're doing the mathematical calculations for it, the vessel will capsize and it won't come back up. So what we might have been seeing there is that there is not sufficient righting force, so the vessel just basically, it goes in the water. As soon as it leans over, there's no other force pushing it back, and so it just stays sort of capsized. All right, that means that they are going to have to go back and do some work, and hopefully make some adjustments, and maybe everything will be good for them to come back and make another run. So we are waiting now. We're waiting for them to get to their interview station so we can hear from them and see what they think, and then we await Clarenville High School. So hang tight, interviews coming up very, very soon. Okay, we are still waiting interview crew to get the interview lined up for St. Peter's Junior High. But anyhow, since we're waiting, and I have a lot of free time to talk about random things, don't ever be discouraged by, like a boat capsizing when you're taking your sort of first stabs at design. Because, heck, even the professionals get it wrong. I mean, sort of very cursory search on YouTube, and you will see like multi-million-dollar, really fancy yachts, and they come off the slipway, they get launched in the water, and then you see the boat slowly but surely start leaning over. So it happens, right? This kind of stuff happens. I guess I should just kind of, I guess for the viewers, just try to explain a little bit more kind of what's going on there. So you got to think about it this way. Basically, when the metacentric height goes or goes below zero, that's when the boats will capsize. Essentially, the center of gravity of the vessel is too high up in the actual boat, and so when your center of gravity is higher than your what they call the GM of the vessel, then essentially it will capsize. Now, in real life, and I should say this, so one would think that, oh well, if you have negative GM, then your boat will capsize, and that is really, really, really bad. Shouldn't it mean that if you have lots of GM, then it's actually really good, because then the boat will never capsize? Well, in actuality, when it comes to like real boats, when you have too much positive GM as well, what ends up happening is the vessel will kind of recover really, really quickly, almost too quickly, because then what happens is that if you were on that boat and the boat has too much righting force, it will throw you around inside the boat, because it's just, as soon as it tips over a little bit, it just immediately snaps back, right? So that's another thing to consider. So essentially, like real life naval architects, when they're figuring out this whole thing, they kind of want a boat that is kind of in the Goldilocks zone, kind of just right. We'll come back up if it tilts over a little bit, but at the same time at a good speed. So when it rolls back, it's not too quick and it doesn't just snap back into place. So yeah, that's more I guess naval architecture trivia for all of you in the future, because one day, who knows, maybe you'll run into trivia competition, somebody says, so why do boats capsize? And you shall know the answer to that question. I think we are still awaiting an interview, but let me go check on that for all of you, and I will be right back. so I've just popped out to check what's going on, and it looks like St. Peter's is actually back for another run. And asked them what they did, and they said they added weight to the bottom of the vessel. So that means they've lowered the center of gravity. And so because they've lowered the center of gravity now, they should have positive GM right now. So that should help. So we shall see. Now, and again, not to over nerd everybody, but one of the things about sort of sinking the vessel deeper in and everything like that is that then it's going to be a bit more effort to kind of get the vessel to get up on plane, so to get higher speed. But looks like the vessel is at least not capsizing. It might be holding its angle, you know, it's sort of holding its list. So basically what we're seeing is that, yep, their vessel is not fully capsizing, but at the same time it's operating at a bit of a list, which is going to make this a bit challenging for them. But you know what? If they can get a good run in and just get a time, that will be good regardless. Oh, actually the vessel's come out of the water again. Yep. Okay, so the vessel has come back out of the water. I think a little bit more tweaking on this model will be needed. Yep, and I think that is... But hey, see, we talked about the capsize and the, you know, how to make your boat not capsize, and it does seem like, you know, what they've done has helped. Would probably say they need to go start thinking about the location of where the center of gravity is. So they did put some lower down in the model. That's what's brought the center of gravity down. But it is possible that what they're also having is that they have some of the weight that is not fully on center line. So one of the you know, I guess if you sort of want to sort of visualize and picture this, is that if you have all the weight on a vessel and it's all on the center line, right? Well, then the vessel will stay, you know, at an even trim and even keel. But if you start to move some of the weights a little bit off the center line, then you'll have, you know, essentially the boat taking on a bit of an angle. So yep, they've definitely managed to fix problem one. Boat's not capsizing anymore, but I think they gotta do a little bit of work. All right, so they are now at the interview station, so I will turn you over to the interviewers. Still waiting on that, but there we go. Okay, switching over to the interviewer. Enjoy. Let's get the insight from the crew.
Hi everyone, I'm back again with the second team to go. Can you guys introduce yourself and tell me what school you're representing today?
We're representing St. Peter's Junior High. My name is Andrea, he's Nick, and she is Delilah.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
And he's Kai. Hi, Kai.
What do you guys say your biggest challenge was today?
Feel the wholesome balancing the boat.
Yeah, today, balancing it properly.
Balancing the boat.
Yeah, because
It's just
it didn't have enough weight, so like you can't just like flip down its side.
And then at the beginning it was like balanced, but then when we turn it, it flipped over.
Okay. Do you guys have a plan?
Like this.
More balance.
Okay.
More balance.
More balance. You guys, are you going to try and fix it before your next run?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys can do it. Just get your focus going, and that's all. What would you guys have changed about the process of making your boat?
The spray paint, no, the spray paint to seal it.
Or
The ceiling was a problem.
What
Not the material.
about the material?
No, it was a ceiling. The material is good.
The
It was a
sealant.
ceiling.
It didn't.
The spray paint we put didn't
the
seal it
didn't
good.
set properly.
So there were a lot of holes that the water leaked in.
Gotcha. Well, thank you guys so much for speaking with me today. I wish you the best of luck on your next run, and I'm sure you'll do great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
All right, and for those of you paying attention to the bottom left corner of your screen, we've got Clarenville High School right now, and they have one very fast boat. So unlike the other teams, this one is a catamaran design, and it's performed phenomenally well so far, at least from the first sort of glance at it. I only got to see the tiny screen, so let's take a look at this run, and then I'll give you my thoughts about what's going on. So catamarans, one of the things I hope you notice is excellent in terms of stability. They're very stable. Okay, I don't know why that got brought back. They're very, very, very stable vessels, but I mean, every kind of thing will have its own trade-off as well, right? Like, I mean, if they can't get this onto a full-on plane, there is quite a lot of... Oh, there we go. Now they're going to be able to go real fast. There you go. There we go. Yeah, it's a very, very fast little boat. But yeah, catamarans, also have some of their own challenges as well. Although for these small model boat sort of type races and competitions, they generally have performed quite well. Although there have been at times where, and this is sort of, me looking back and thinking about past catamaran designs, is that they've always displayed tremendous, tremendous stability characteristics. They've always been sort of very stable platforms and everything like that. But in sort of outright speed, sometimes catamarans can lose out. And I think part of it is whether or not you can get it onto a proper plane. So when you think about a lot of ships in the real world, right? A lot of like big ships. Most of them are not planing vessels. They're displacement vessels. Most of the hull sits in the water. But you typically have seen like little speedboats or whatever, and they can go really, really fast. And the reason why is that typically for these like smaller speedboats is that as they get faster and faster and faster and faster, actually semi-plane, I guess, is that a chunk of the vessel comes out of the water. And so what remains down underneath is a very, 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 very small portion of the hull. Now, I'm looking closely at this particular catamaran, and it does look like they have opted for a planing design because the bottom of the hull is actually flat. So that's maybe why they're getting some very, very good straight line speed. Especially when they're trying to go fully in a straight line, they're getting really good speed. But it also has a challenge, right? When you're in that situation, when you're planing, you might not always have the best directional control in terms of getting your vessel to turn. So there's always trade-offs, right? Like the wonderful thing about naval architecture as a field is that there's never one correct way or answer to do anything. Everything is sort of a compromise. You're trying to figure out what to sacrifice to get something else. So anyhow, there is an interview coming up for Clarenville. Oh yeah, Clarenville, and so we're gonna go to the interview as soon as we go to the interview. So enjoy, and I believe they're going to give you some thoughts on their boat, and we'll see what's going on.
Hi everyone, I'm back with another talented group of racers, and I'd like to hear from them what school you're representing and for you to introduce yourself, please.
We're Clarenville High School.
Lovely.
I am Nathan Villier.
I'm Isaiah Dalton.
And I'm Tara Humby.
Nice. I'd like you guys to share with us, how did you guys manage to have so much control, speed, and maneuverability? How did you execute that? What was the process like?
So the main reason we are so stable in the water is because of our design. As you can see with our boat, it is a very wide catamaran, and it sits very low, close to the water, which means when it's going and even at high speeds when it's turning, its center of mass is as low as it can be and it's as wide as possible, so it doesn't tip at all when turning.
Lovely. That sounds great. And how do you feel about your first run?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? It looked lovely out on the water there. And I'd just like to ask, what were your roles in the building and design process, each three of you?
So I was mainly in charge of the the electronics and getting everything working and set up properly. Isaiah.
I did most of the CAD work and stuff.
I did most of the poster board.
Lovely. Thank you guys so much for speaking with me today, and good luck on your next round.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and we are back. Next up is Roncalli Central High, and we await their appearance on the track. Alright, still waiting on, actually, hold on. I messed it up. Oh my gosh. Next up is, Did I? All right, and just to sort of help everybody who's looking at the screen and wondering what am I talking about, the current schedule that you see on screen, there is some adjustments that has to be made to it. So it is Roncalli coming up next, and not Mobile Central. So just to give everybody sort of clarity as to how this is going to happen. But we are currently awaiting Roncalli Central High, waiting for their boat to get into the water, and we'll see how their boat performs. So far, we've had some, you know, really sort of high performance boats so far, and you know, and typically with any first time attempt at things, there are some hiccups, but I'm pretty sure they will be able to sort those hiccups out, especially for the all important head-to-head races in the afternoon. So currently still waiting for Roncalli to come, and we'll bring you further commentary when they arrive. All right, and from what I can see, the next team is on their way, actually. They are getting themselves all set up now. Here they are. And this is Roncalli. And let's see what kind of boat they've opted to go for. All right, so looks like there is one central hull, and it looks like there are 2 pontoons. So sort of like a trimaran, I guess, if I have to make a guess and as to what this is. Okay. All right, so they're all getting set up right now, and just waiting for the boat to get into the water. Other things that I can kind of notice, although it is a bit, challenging for me to get an exact idea, but that does look like a decent rudder. But yeah, let's await this getting into the water, and we'll figure out how they're going to perform then. They're currently being given instructions. Wow, I can't English say at all. Just waiting for them to get the boat in the water and figure out the course and see how this boat does. Okay. Yes, come on, let's get the boat into the water. Okay. That's okay. Final. Oh, almost. Here we go. Boat is getting into the water here, okay, looking good so far. Oh, that looks like a minor hiccup. All right, I think the boat is getting fished out of the water here. I'm not sure what happened there, actually. Yeah, it's hard to give you context as to what just happened there. There was some spray that came up from where the propeller area was, so part of me wants to hazard a guess, and it is possible that they didn't get proper propeller submersion. So if you think about the way propellers in boats are, you typically will have a propeller that if you are fully immersing it into water, then, all of the propulsive, forces being generated by the propeller is now being used to actually move the vessel. But if, like, let's say a chunk of a propeller is outside the water, then it's not doing anything. It's just kind of spinning around in air. So it is possible that might have happened, although hard to tell. We can await maybe further confirmation from the team. And speaking of that very, very, very sort of interesting little side note, let's segue into the real world again all of a sudden. But this is actually the reason why there's a lot of ships in the real world that actually, when they're actually operating at a slight angle, just to improve the submergence of the propeller in the water. So typically it's sort of trimmed down by the stern by 2, 3, 4 degrees, something like that, just so that you have proper submergence of the propeller. So we do await more from this team and to see what is actually happening. I'm not sure if they're going to be interviewed or if they're just going to go and do a quick fix and be back to do their run. They typically do have a block of time in order to try to record an actual run here, and I do believe they are going to interview here. So yeah, let's hear from the team and let's see what they have to say about what just happened. And my apologies. Just had to go check with the crew there, but yeah, the last team there was no interviews. So we are moving on to, I believe, the next team that's coming up now, which is Ascension Collegiate. So yeah, so we'll wait their arrival into the tank and the deployment of the vessel of their model into the flume tank. So again, kind of going back just a tiny little bit. So no, trimarans have they have like huge advantages, right? Especially in terms of performance. They're typically very fast. They're generally very stable. Lots of advantages when it comes to trimarans. But then again, the thing is, oftentimes when we're looking at a model boat, and we're seeing sort of the pure performance of a hull type, we're not really, sort of understanding the drawbacks, right? So in real life, if let's say you were out there and you decide to buy a trimaran, you're going to get a very stable platform, something that's going to go quite fast, but there's going to be downsides, lack of interior volume. The vessels are going to be so wide that maybe finding a marina, is going to be difficult. So kind of keep that in mind. Okay, so moving on to, and this is, I believe, Ascension Collegiate, and it looks like they've opted for, looks like a mono hull. It looks like it's a single hull here, and we're just gonna have to get into the water and see how this is gonna go. That's usually a very, very good indication as to sort of, if everything's good with the model, right? Because we've seen, for example, the one that capsized earlier. That's, we've seen one that took on water. So, like every single time we get the model into the water, you first got to make sure that everything's good there, and then we got to see how it performs, right? So waiting for this model to make it into the water. The team is currently being given instructions by Mark. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for, let's see how this is gonna go. Okay, this looks like a very, looks good, floats, and whoa, okay, here we go. Yeah, making its way nicely around the course currently. You just got to kind of go around the buoys. Oh, there we go. Got to back up there. Okay. And this is, of course, at the very beginning. If you were the pilot of the model, it takes a little bit of time for you to figure out what's going on. Looks like it's a fantastic model. Yeah, it made its way around the course. No big issues. And, especially at the end straightaway, seem to have gotten some reasonable speed there. You didn't notice, for example, this is also like probably something a little bit closer to maybe a semi-planing hull here, because the bow does come up. I'm not sure if it actually does get onto a full plane, but that is still very, very good, because you can actually see here, like you can see that the front of the vessel here, it's encountering a lot of the water that's being pushed onto it. But once it actually gets up to speed on the straightaways here, there you go. You see how the front comes out of the water and it's no longer in contact, and it's no longer just having all of that sort of forces being applied to the front flat part of the vessel. So that's something to sort of pay attention to, because if you can get model boats onto a plane, and you can take some of the hull essentially out of the water, you're going to see faster speeds here. But so far, yeah, it looks like the second run was fantastic there. Boat looks controllable. Boat, especially along the straightaway, seems to be going quite fast. Lots of good in this one, yeah. So we'll continue to see how this one goes. And here we go. Yep, there we go, making their way around the buoys, and okay. Yep, just gotta make the turn here, and as soon as they get around the last one here, they can go for the straightaway and go for some raw speed. Yeah, very good. Yeah, this is quite solid performance there. I think Ascension is going to be quite happy with their design. Okay, draining some of that water. I'm not sure if that water is just like on or inside the boat. I can't really tell. But yeah, some of the water gets drained. And I believe they're going to do another run here. Yeah, it looks like they are going to go for another run. Yeah. You can see how much faster, once the pilots are practiced, you can see how much faster they're going. And just got to get the last run here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. The last little leg. Very well done. You can also see the interference that's been generated by the waves. And that, by the way, is sort of a hint as to the head-to-head later on when you have two boats both making, sort of waves in their wake. You will see how that can interfere, let's say, with different boats. But yeah, in the speed trials, looking good so far. Nicely controlled. Look at this, and every run just gets better and better as the pilots figure out exactly how much to maneuver their vessel. And I think in that last run too, because more of it was, I think, spent in that planing state. I think the initial sort of what do you call this? Like the initial sort of turning between the buoys is actually also a bit faster, as there's not as much stuff hitting off the front of the boat. But yeah, looks like a tremendously solid run. And I think the team should be very happy with this boat. Yeah, very, very happy with the boat. I think now they're just going to see if they can get the fastest speed possible. I think that's what I'm getting right now. They're just getting as many runs that they can in I think the time allotted, and they're just trying to get the fastest time possible. One of the other interesting, I guess, things to kind of talk about, and this is actually really cool because it does have to do with this on a larger scale. So if you have like a scale size model of a real ship, you can do what is called tow tank testing. They can take a giant model, put it in the tank, and you can drag it along, let's say, a 200 meter long tank, and you can collect some data about how much resistance and how much like motions and things like that the model is encountering, and then essentially you can use that to predict what the performance of a full scale vessel is. Now there's also in that field, there's also what are sort of free running models, and free running models essentially are ones that are controlled by, essentially a pilot on remote control. It's actually very similar to this kind of model boat style of systems. Of course, that is on a much bigger scale. We're thinking like, like 5 meter long models, for example, right? Because say you have a 100 meter long icebreaker, and you do a 1 to 20 scale version of it. So you have a 5 meter long model with a ton of equipment and sensors and everything on it. And one of the things that in sort of model scale testing is that typically after a run, one of the things that you have to wait for. You have to wait for the disturbance in the water to finish. And because what happens is that if you, let's say, take the model and you drag it down a tow tank, for example, the waves that are being generated by the model is going to start reflecting off of like the side of the tank. And typically you have to wait a certain amount of period of time for it all to settle before you can take the model all the way back to start line and like do it again. Now, of course, like the actual facilities that do that will come up with many interesting ways to mitigate the problem. They'll put in a whole bunch of things to sort of dampen the effects out so they can do runs a bit faster. In the particular tank that this particular model boat race is taking place in right now, which is a flume tank, that is not as sophisticated, and so you do still see kind of leftover waves and stuff like that after each run, and typically you'll see it how on the second run, after a very, very good first run, the second run the model will hit these sort of waves that are being generated either earlier in the run or from the previous run, and it can actually interfere a bit with controllability. But otherwise, yeah, this team has had some phenomenal runs. Their model boat seems to perform fantastically well. We'll hear from them in interview soon. But yeah, they're I think they're done with their runs and they're pretty happy with it. So let's wait to hear from them at the interview station to get their thoughts on their performance. And we await the next school. I think we're awaiting St. Kevin's High. So yeah, just momentarily there will be the interview, and I will be back with you shortly.
Hi everyone, I'm back again, and I'm chatting with a team that's been working very hard behind the scenes. They've built something impressive. Let's hear their story. Can you guys introduce yourselves?
So I'm Paul. I'm an international student from France at Ascension Collegiate.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I'm Jacob Whalen.
I'm Mitchell Vaughan.
And I'm Tuna Durgut. I'm also international student. I'm from Turkey.
And what school are you guys representing today?
We are representing Ascension Collegiate in Bay Roberts.
Lovely. How do you think your boat is performing so far?
Great. Pretty good.
Good.
Definitely good. Way better than last year.
How do you think your boat handled water?
Great. Definitely good.
And what was each of your roles in the design process?
I'm pretty sure.
So I was responsible for the electronics.
Most of us were working on all, but a lot of people on the team left, so there pretty much wasn't any specific thing
So
at the
roles, you
end.
just all took it on together?
Yeah, everyone did a bit of everything.
Nice. Lovely. What features make your boat unique compared to the other designs, do you think?
I think
Albert Einstein?
Yeah, Albert Einstein.
Yeah, Albert Einstein's head on the front of it.
Oh! I never noticed. That's awesome. That's very cool.
And I guess also the flags have multiple different countries on it.
Yes. Oh, that's very nice. You're representing everybody. That's lovely. Well, thank you so much for talking to me today. You had a very impressive run, and I wish you luck on your next one.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Alrighty, and we are back. We are waiting the next team, which is St. Kevin's High. And so we'll see what happens with their vessel. Hopefully the interview there was interesting with Ascension. And yeah, they had a very, very, very good boat. So hopefully, you know, the other teams will... well, let's hope the other teams will throw up a very good challenge. Usually, morning speed trials, it's just speed trials. The afternoon is where the excitement truly begins, when you have head-to-head competitions and, boats trying to outdo each other in a direct head-to-head race. So yeah, currently waiting for St. Kevin's High, and so we will be back shortly when they're here with their boats and they're ready to get them into the tank. So hang tight, everyone. Alrighty, and our next team is actually on the deck now. St. Kevin's is currently, I believe, getting their boat into the water. So just to update everybody as to what's going on. So the earlier two teams that had issues with their boat, St. Peter's Junior High and Roncalli, they will be coming up a little bit later. So they will get 2 more runs, or 2 runs? Well, anyways, they'll get an attempt at their runs a little bit after, I think like a couple teams from now, once the end of, once I think of Proud Avenue. Okay, so in case you're wondering why I couldn't pronounce that properly, it's because as a naval architect, when I see that, I'm automatically inclined to call the Frood. Because there was a guy who was really sort of like, I guess the father of sort of modern naval architecture in terms of sort of the way that ship's performance is done. And we have a lot of things like Frood numbers and things like that. So every time I see that, I'm like, it's Frood. But I think the actual place is called Proud Avenue Community Center. So, in case my brain has to unwire itself to try to say it correctly, forgive me for the rest of the duration of the broadcast today. But anyways, yes, we are currently awaiting St. Kevin's, and we're waiting for eyes on their situation, and hopefully we'll get a good idea of what's going on with them very, very, very soon. So hang tight, everybody. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, I did not see what's going on. All right, so okay, it looks like a catamaran design from what I can see here. And it looks to me like they have a very, very highly angled propulsion unit. I think the propeller is sort of very, very highly angled, and I think they have the rudder sort of located behind that. Now, there seems to be a bit of a technical issue, so we'll have to see what's going on here. Okay, so let's get back to the start line here for St. Kevin's and see what's happening, because something just stopped. Now, again, love bringing the real sort of boat thing, because we'll kind of keep it interesting and allow you guys to sort of get a sort of context on kind of like, I guess, give you context in the real world. So typically with a lot of like small boats, small like speed boats and whatever, they will have a propeller that is angled, but typically it doesn't exceed about 10-degree angle. So when the angles are a little extreme, it does have an impact on the propulsive efficiency of things. I do believe that they're going to need to make a little bit of a fix as well here. Anyways, while we wait to figure out what's going on with this boat and with this particular boat and why it's just stopped, one of the other things that I sort of discussed earlier that I didn't really get into as much detail on is also the issue of rudders, right? So one thing to kind of think about when it comes to rudders is that, like, you have, and again, even rudders, there's sort of trade-offs, right? Because I'm sure you might have seen like sailing maybe not yachts, but sailboats, where it looks like they have these like very, very, very long rudders. So those rudders have, these sort of, I don't know, aspect ratios that are like maybe, 4 to 1 or something like that. And those rudders will typically be very, very, they're very responsive in terms of generating force. And because they're so long, they have very little drag for the amount of essentially rudder force that they're generating. So they're kind of very good for that. There are also disadvantages for that. Typically, if you think about those really long rudders, they typically stick out from the bottom of the vessel. So if you're ever in an area that is limited by the draft, let's say you're going into like a bay or a marina or whatever, and there's a limit at the bottom, then with a very, very long rudder, you won't be able to get that boat in there. Typically, I think a lot of like sort of more commercial type of vessels that you kind of see, the rudder ratio is typically about 2-to-1 in terms of aspect ratio. And there are now, I mean, you will still see kind of square 1-to-1 ratio rudders, but those are usually used for, like, you'll typically see them on things like sort of icebreakers and, you know, things that require large deflections of the rudder, you know, in order to get the vessel to turn. But they're also like kind of in a situation where there's a lot of other sort of like, I guess, environmental components that could potentially hit the rudder and interfere with its performance. So you think like an icebreaker, there's going to be pieces of ice that hit it. And so you want a very, very strong, very sturdy rudder, which you will get with something that's, you know, on a 1-to-1 aspect ratio. Now, I think for something like model boat, you know, I think maybe a little bit of a higher aspect ratio could probably be beneficial. But then again, it could also be too sensitive. And you know, so and this is why sometimes, like, you know, exact same control inputs on the same controller, but on different model boats, you will see very different sort of maneuverability characteristics, right? Where, you know, sometimes you have, you know, the same amount of turn, but then you'll see like one model just do like entire circles, like on the spot almost, where others will, you know, they'll make more gradual turns for the same amount of input. And it really does have to do a lot with that. We've sort of seen, I think, at least from my recollection of today's boats, we've already seen kind of a range of aspect ratios on the rudder. We've seen everything from sort of like a long and skinny kind of rudder to, I think I've actually remember seeing one that's a bit more of just a square rudder. And typically for the square rudders, they'll be requiring sort of larger rudder angles before anything actually happens, before, you know, they generate sufficient amount of turning force. But it also means that, like, for the operator, it might actually be at times a little bit more forgiving because, you know, you make a big turn and the boat doesn't actually, you know, do huge dramatic, you know, turns, whereas somebody with a very long thin rudder, just tiny little thing, and then, you know, the boat's already all over the place. So there's a lot of, you know, for something that one thinks is a very small model that you think, oh, how complex can it be? It's actually, you know, incredibly complex. Everything from, you know, what kind of hull forms you've chosen, what type of design you've chosen, how you've decided to immerse the propeller into the water, what shape and aspect ratio that you've picked for the rudders. There's like so many components just to have a very successful model. And every team that makes a decision has made interesting compromises, even though it's actually quite likely a lot of them don't even really realize it, which is I think kind of the cool part, is that a lot of them have, you know, either they've based their model on like a real boat and they've gone, oh yeah, you know, I've seen this boat out in real life and I'm sort of going to follow that. But, you know, every boat in the real world, there's always compromises, right? And I think I kind of mentioned this earlier, like with the trimaran, is that like trimarans are really good. They're nice and stable. They tend to go nice and fast, which is quite a good thing when it comes to like you know, a purely speed competition. But in the real world, trimarans often sacrifice things like living area, you know, carrying capacity. I mean, this is the reason we don't see trimaran cargo ships in the real world, right? Like, you know, we see big monohull container ships or bulk carriers or tankers or whatever, and you don't see trimaran or catamaran cargo carriers. And this is the reason why, is that you've gained things in terms of stability and speed, but you've sacrificed, you know, cargo carrying capacity, right? And of course, in the real world, where money reigns supreme and who cares about, you know, going a little bit faster, cough, most ship owners want to have the maximum amount of cargo carrying capacity. And this is kind of why, if you look at all the container ships and cargo ships and tankers and all that stuff, they're all just big, essentially big blocks of, you know, big giant, I don't know, they're just giant cubes, I guess, if you want to think about them, right? Well, rectangular. Yeah, anyways, you get what I'm trying to say. And they're just focused on carrying capacity. That's like the whole thing, right? It's the reason why, even if for something like, you know, you think like a cruise ship or something like that, we also don't see a lot of catamaran cruise ships, again, because if you do that, you're carrying less passengers, you're carrying less revenue generating things. So we don't do that. We just have big, giant, hulls with as much interior volume as you can. And so sort of within that constraint, naval architects are sitting there trying to figure out, like, how do you make it go, and be as efficient as possible? How do you burn as little fuel as possible, right? And so, it's the drive for that efficiency and that, I think this team is trying to figure out what to do with their boat. I think it seems like they're still working on the problem. So I believe this is now the updated schedule. There we go. So the updated schedule is up now. It is currently St. Kevin's time. We're still waiting for them to figure some stuff out. Then there's Mount Pearl Senior High, Bishop White School, Froud Avenue Community Center. Roncalli is going to come back, and then St. Peter's Junior High is going to come back. And then after that, we're going to go on break for lunch, because that I think would be a fantastic time for me to go and find some food. and then we'll be back for the afternoon head-to-head races. But yeah, so hopefully that gives you kind of an interesting perspective, I guess, on how real-life ship design actually works, and kind of the compromises that are made in order to accomplish certain goals, right? Where you typically do see things like catamarans or trimarans or things like that is usually like personal like craft. You typically see that for like sailboats and things like that, oftentimes because of the need for speed, oftentimes for stability purposes. You will see them opt for those kind of things, but usually on the commercial side you don't really see it. In fact, I think the only main trimaran larger type of vessel that I remember thinking about is actually a warship, the littoral combat, like the LCS, the littoral combat ships in the US Navy. They have a they look like trimarans, but they're actually kind of not. The two pontoons for them are sort of very lightly immersed in the water, but we'll call them, for what they're worth, trimarans. Yep. So it definitely looks like St. Kevin's is having some issues with their propulsion system, it looks like, because they put it back in the water again, and it seems like nothing has happened. So it is possible that they might have to go back and try to figure out what's going on. Actually, nope, they're going to get back in the water. Let's see. Oh no! Oh no! The hull has detached. Okay. I'm hoping that's an easy fix. Okay. All right. I think it's I think it is back to the workshop, possibly, for St. Kevin's here, because yeah, the hull fell off. So yeah, so they're heading back out. Okay. Not sure if they're going to go for an interview. We had earlier teams where something's happened to their boat and they've just passed on the interview. So I'm not really sure what's going on with this particular team. So we shall see. So next up is Mount Pearl Senior High. So we're going to wait for their appearance and wait for them to get their boat into the water, and then we'll see how they get their boats to perform. So yeah. I will be back with you all momentarily as we await the next team. Oh, and I just got word that an interview is coming up momentarily. So sit tight, everybody, and we've got St. Kevin's High on the interview station.
Hi everyone, we have another awesome team joining me here now, and they face some challenges today. I'd like to ask what you think caused this challenge today.
What caused this challenge today was probably a malfunction in the drive shaft. Two parts of it came apart in the middle of our first trial, and then we went to go get another Allen key from our workstation, and we got the wrong size, and then we had to bring it back. We had to get the other Allen key, which was the right size, fixed that all up, went back for our second trial, and when our friend was laying in the water, one of the pontoons came apart. So it was like kind of like a snowball effect, but very unfortunate.
Yeah. Are you gonna go out again and run again? You're gonna try and see if you can fix anything else?
Yeah, we're gonna come back. We're gonna learn from our mistakes and
Yes.
come back stronger than ever. You
That's
know?
great.
Yeah, it does look like a catfish if its leg fell off, but.
But yeah, I'm sure you guys can do it. You got lots of time.
Oh yeah.
And what are your guys' names and what were your roles in the design process? Also, I forgot to mention, what school are you representing today?
Oh, we are representing St. Kevin's from the Ghouls. So my name is Owen Hurley, and I helped out with just the general design process.
Lovely.
David Andrews, also general design process.
Lovely.
Parker Keogh, same with everyone else, general
Okay.
design process.
Liam Bolger, same with everyone else.
All right. Well, thank you guys for speaking to me. I wish you luck on your next run and your process to fixing whatever is going on there. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, and we are back. And we're still waiting the next team. And so once they are on the deck, we will be able to hopefully talk more about their boats. So here we go. Still waiting for the, I believe it's Mount Pearl Senior High. And oh, it looks like they are actually here. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
And that is, apologies for that. That was just, the morning coffee delivery. All right, so okay, we've got Mount Pearl Senior High currently on the deck here, and we await their boat to make it into the water. Okay, they look like they've gone for a bit of a smaller boat, looks like, but I do see outriggers, so I'm not 100% yet. Okay, they definitely very, very, very high aspect ratio rudder. So we've talked about that earlier. So I would assume that we're going to actually see quite a lot of sort of maneuverability with this particular boat. Like, you know, it'll be quite sensitive to inputs from the pilot. It does look like a trimaran, but I'm not sure if we're likely to see. I'm not sure if we're going to see kind of like true trimaran performance, and the reason I say that is because the outriggers they are a little bit on the small side, so I'm not sure if they're kind of put there for sort of just like to help with stability, because the central hull actually looks like it is quite big. Now, generally speaking, with you know, real life trimarans, you kind of see kind of you know, like outriggers that are there, but they're also not like tiny. But we will have to see how this one will perform. Okay, it does look good when they get into the water. I will say that it looks good as soon as they put into the water. So it's a small boat, so let's see what happens. Yep. Okay. You can actually see how quickly the model, like the model boat here, responds to input, because the rudder is generating quite okay. Looks good. Looks good so far. I mean, it is making its way around the course right now, so looking good. Okay. First run is, you can actually, do you see it? I don't know if you can see it for the viewers, but you can actually see how quickly the model snaps when the rudder moves, because the rudder is actually generating like substantial forces, right? And this is one of the things that I was saying earlier about that aspect ratio. Okay, good. The boat, especially on the straightaway, is very nice and fast. It looks like it is getting on a bit of a plane, which is definitely a good thing, because the more you can get the hull out of the water, the faster you will go. And again, because their model boat is a smaller boat as well, you actually think like the amount of area that they have sort of in the water, right? The amount of how much of the boat's in contact with the water, that area is actually smaller too, which can actually be, if you're looking for that tiniest bit of an edge, that can help, right? Because and yes, you know, that sort of frictional resistance component is not very high. But you know, any reduction you can get there is still going to be beneficial. All right, so there we go. But the aspect ratio of the rudder definitely has an impact, because you can actually see this one is very, 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 very maneuverable. I don't know if you can see it here, but you can actually see that like when they put in a large rudder input, you can actually see how much the model just immediately wants to snap into a different direction. So maybe for the future, they could slightly kind of tweak that rudder. But you can definitely see that, there we go. Oh, that once they are able to get on a plane, they do go tremendously fast. And that's one of the advantages of a planing hull, and especially if you can do that on a trimaran. Yeah, you're going to see some like very good speeds. It would be interesting to see what would happen if they were able to pair this with a slightly a slight kind of change to the aspect ratio of the rudder. One would almost wonder if that improved controllability there would actually help them get around this course a bit faster. But yes, that's all just a hypothetical for the future. Yeah. But so far, they've gotten some great runs in. Their model has made it around the course, and especially on the straightaways, quite fast. Of course, we're still waiting for the pilots to get a better feel for their model boat, and I'm sure that as they get more experience with it, they will get faster and faster, because they'll realize that, hey, I actually don't need to make as big of a rudder input in order to get my vessel to turn, which I think we're starting to see the first indications of that. I see they're not making as big like of the rudder turns as they were going through the initial slalom course. And oh, that was a good run. There we go. Runs are getting better. Yeah, and this is why you know, teams are given multiple runs during the speed trials in the morning, because they need to learn how to operate their models. Where typically a lot of teams can get tripped up in the afternoon when they're doing the head-to-heads is that in the morning they have the tank to themselves, and they're not dealing with someone else's wake, someone else's, you know, and so sometimes, like, you know, they get used to the way the open tank is in the morning, and then suddenly in the afternoon they're fighting another boat's wake, and it messes up their controllability. So that's where the surprise oftentimes is when it comes to the head-to-head. But usually you can see that every run the pilots get a bit better. Yeah, but you can definitely see like the boat is coming a little bit out of the water. It's trying to get on a bit of a plane here. I think they're you know, again, and this is true for a lot of model boats, is that the more you can get it on a plane, the better. And there's sort of a lot of different ways of accomplishing that too, in terms of like the way you design the hull shape. So, but everything's a compromise. Just remember that within ship design, boat design, like regardless, everything is a compromise. There's not one magic solution that solves everything, you know. But yeah, this run, look at this, so good. It's a really, really good run. I actually wonder what would happen if the pilot just went full out on the straightaways, but I think that they are being a little bit, you know, sort of conservative in the straightaways, just because, you know, they're afraid of losing control, and that ties again into a bit of that sort of that aspect ratio of the rudder potentially. You know, the pilots are doing their best, but I think they're a little bit there might be a little bit of a concern there. Now, there is something else also to be said too, right? Remember that the forces that you're experiencing as well is also impacted by how fast you're kind of going too. So it changes dynamically. Like, you know, at a certain speed, the rudder will behave a certain way. But if you just go a lot faster, it changes that way too, right? So it's a very cool, like I don't know, what's the best way to put it? Like, naval architecture is it's a science and an art at the same time. Right. So for any parents out there who are thinking like, you know, like, how's this different from, I don't know, engineering or something like that? Naval architects have to do essentially as a job, as a career, like, not only the science part, the engineering part of it, where you're figuring out things like structure and figuring out like propulsion and all that stuff, but you've also got to have the artistic elements to it, right? Like, you know, if you're a naval architect and you get out there and you're working on a design of a hull or whatever, there is an artistry to it. So it is kind of a beautiful fusion of art and science. Anyways, I think that is it for Mount Pearl Senior High. They've had some good runs there, and I think they're heading for the interview station now, as we also await Bishop White and their model to get into the tank, and hopefully once they're in the tank we'll figure out oh, actually they've already brought their vessel, looks like. Okay, but I think we are going to go interview first, and then we're going to see what Bishop White has brought English again, brought to the tank, and you know, sort of I can give you thoughts and things there. But yeah, good job to Mount Pearl Senior High. Their boat has performed very well, got around the course, not a problem, and they have a recorded speed. So eventually I think we'll see what the result of that will be. As of the moment, I don't have the numbers. So forgive me for that. And yeah, they're at the interview station, so we'll go to the interview momentarily and we can hear from Mount Pearl Senior High. And a word to our sponsors. Thank you for sponsoring the model boat competition. That includes the Government of Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, Equinor Fleetway, Fabtech, and Genoa.
Hi everyone, I'm back again with another excellent team. Can you guys introduce yourselves and what school you're representing today?
Hi, I'm Owen Carew from Mount Pearl Senior High.
Ahmed Al-Tawila from Mount Pearl Senior High.
I'm Emil Hauser from Mount Pearl Senior High.
I'm Megan Smallwood from Mount Pearl Senior High.
I'm Dawson Piercy from Mount Pearl Senior High.
I'm Alex Whalen from Mount Pearl Senior High.
Thank you guys so much. How positive do you feel about your run you just done?
Really good.
Really
good.
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 Better than last year.
Good. Yeah. Did you guys participate in the race last year as well? Any of you?
I have.
You did?
Yeah. It didn't go well. Our boat filled with water and sank. Yeah.
And sank. Do you feel a lot better this year?
A lot better.
A lot better.
Yes.
What did you change in your design process from what did you learn from your mistakes from last year?
Last year, really we just rushed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this year I feel like we did a little bit more planning. We did a bit more research before we got into it. We decided to use foam this year, which is and it's doing a lot better of a job at sinking.
That's really, really good. Did you guys face any challenges in your design process or anything?
No.
Or was it pretty smooth sailing?
We had one big issue that was that the axis where the rotor is on was bigger than the boat, so we had to extend the rudder that the rudder isn't where the rotor should be, and we had to put the motor directly here. Gotcha.
Well, thank you so much for speaking today. You guys had a great run, and good luck in the race.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we are back, and I believe Bishop White is currently in the tank, and they are making their way comfortably around the course, in case you've noticed it from the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And they look like they have, and it's hard for me to tell, but I think this is, they've built a relatively larger sized hull. It has zero issues when it comes to stability or staying upright. It seems to be sort of doing a great job of fundamentally, first of all, being a boat. But in terms of performance, hopefully you will be able to see the pros and cons of something like this. The pros are obviously super stable, probably won't be taking any like water onto the boat. Very, very capable of doing boat things, staying afloat, carrying things. But hopefully you've also noticed maybe the slight disadvantages of opting for this kind of design, which is it is actually going to be quite difficult for this kind of hull to get onto the plane, which means that in terms of sort of like raw speed, this boat generally I think is not going to be as fast as I think the catamaran that we saw earlier, the one with the flat bottoms that actually got on a plane. This one, it's going to be a bit harder. So their, I guess, main advantage, if they get into a head-to-head race, is fundamentally trying to, best way to put it, sort of be more controlled, not going out of control, staying, because that oftentimes is sometimes the win or loss or condition for a race, is that if one boat just goes out of control and the other one is just slow and steady, then the slow and steady could actually win the race, just purely because they don't go out of control. But definitely you can see kind of the sort of the big hull forms, there's no stability problems whatsoever, no capsizing, no nothing. But speed competition, if you want to go fast, this is going to be a little bit more difficult, right? And so that is the challenge. Every naval architect the world over, they're given a task for a boat, a mission, and they're saying, they're being told, hey, your ship has got to do this. Well, how do you get to that is the main question, right? You can definitely tell this one is, and actually one of the other things is you'll probably notice that this particular boat is probably going to be able to do the same run repeatedly without issues. In fact, probably for decades even, right? It's a very kind of stable, doesn't turn over, it's not really, massively affected by small waves, doesn't even take on a lot of water. So it's a hull that will do its job for years and years and years and years and years. Will it go super fast? No, but it will do its job. And on a larger sort of commercial level, that's what you would want, right? If you were a ship owner and you were going to spend, oh boy, like let's say $300 million building yourself a container ship, you'd kind of want that container ship to get out there and do its job without many issues and just kind of be reliable, consistent, and do that for 20 years, 25 years, right? And so sometimes like this is why you'll see vessels in the real world and you'll be like, well, that's not the prettiest thing, but they will be consistent, they will work. And and that's never a bad thing, right? Like, because if you have a practical design that does its job, that'll always do its job reliably, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Of course, again, I know that for the model boat competition, the criteria essentially is go as fast as you can without losing control, and fundamentally your boat doesn't sink. It's kind of like the main mission criteria. So generally, if you were designing to that criteria, you would probably be opting for hull forms and whichever that are going to be more speed oriented, right, or control oriented. But it's always good to see something that reflects, I think, a lot more ships in the real world, because there's merit to it, right? Even if it's not in a competition like this, there's merit to it in the real world applications of the hull form. So again, we're currently still waiting for Bishop White to do something. I'm not really sure exactly what they're doing right now. I think they're just trying to, oh, okay, they've made a few tweaks, I believe, to their boat, and they're putting it back in. Yeah, definitely. Like I'm looking at the hull form here, and this just looks like a lot of the commercial vessels, right? In fact, if you actually look at it, you'll even notice that there's a slight, like trim by the stern, like the model there, it's a couple degrees down, and just for that better propeller immersion. So lots of good things about this, absolutely. Yeah, look at that. See, nice, stable, controllable, getting through the course with no real difficulty whatsoever. Yeah. I'd say if I was a ship captain, this is the kind of ship I want to be on all the time, something that is not going to give me any any issues, Yeah, I would love to be on something like that, reliable day in, day out, and it just works, right? There we go. Good, solid runs. Maybe not the fastest we've seen today, but very good and solid. And we also, and you know what? And this is the thing too, right? What happens later on when we get to head-to-head competitions? How does something like this respond to waves? Something might go faster, but be more impacted by waves, possibly. So would this just be able to chug along and not be so bothered by waves generated by someone else's boat, and then just complete a course slow and steady? It's kind of like I guess it's kind of like the hare and the tortoise kind of story, right? Like slow and steady sometimes does actually win you the race, right? Think like if you were out there and you thought, oh well, what about real world applications? I mean, would you want a ship that is consistently reliable, gets you your cargo on the dot every 21 days? Or do you want one that, because somebody's gone for something, exotic and fast and whatever, that, sometimes your cargo might come in, maybe 15 days, but some days, oh, actually, something broke, and so, it might take 30, so in terms of the way you think about sort of modern shipping, yeah, sometimes consistency is the name of the game. Now, not sure what happened here. Seems like something has stopped it, but yeah, overall, good job, team. Your boat does what it's supposed to do. And you can definitely see how nice it is to have kind of no worries about stability. You don't have to worry about capsize or anything like that, so yeah, lots of positives there for Bishop White. Now we are waiting for Froud Avenue Community Center. Sorry, had to rewire that brain again there. Because I just keep wanting to say Frood. Yeah, so actually, speaking of Frood, because why not? And why do I call him kind of this, father of the modern day naval architect? Is because way back in the day, Frood is one of those guys that, he noticed something about like scale boats. He noticed that scale boats they make wave patterns that are very similar to the full-size vessel, and basically there's a ton of stuff, but like essentially Frood was able to figure out that you could essentially use a model boat and get a pretty reasonable estimate of what the resistance and propulsion requirements of a full-size vessel is going to be, which is fantastically useful if you are a naval architect, because let's say you design a brand new ship and you're like, how do I know how big of an engine to put on the ship? And how do I know that if I put this big of an engine on it, this vessel will go that speed? You really wouldn't, right? I mean, obviously, okay, we're talking like way back in the day. Today we have technologies, things like CFD, computational fluid dynamics, which can give you like a pretty solid estimate. There's also like regression methods and stuff like that, to help you estimate things. But ultimately, as of the moment, at least, one of the most accurate methods is still to use, a model in a tow tank. It's still one of the most reliable methods to figure out vessel performance. And so, we kind of have to give a lot of thanks to Mr. Frood for that. He did some phenomenally important work in this field. Yeah. But yes. Usually it's one of those names where people see it and they go, Froud. Anyhow, we have an interview coming up right now with Bishop White. So, yeah, they'll come to you shortly. So, to the interview station.
Hi everyone, we're back again with another team. Could you guys introduce yourself and tell us what school you represent?
I'm Jackson Hayter, and we're from Bishop White.
And I'm Michael Iskai.
Okay, what everybody wants to know is what inspired you guys to make such a big design for your boat?
I think the first thing was we didn't know how much room we were going to have to play for, I guess, weight and stability.
Mm-hmm.
And we just wanted to have that room to play around, and so we didn't have everything squat up.
Nice, very smart. And what were the both of your roles? Did you guys have separate roles in the design process or anything? Or did you guys both kind of work collectively together?
We kind of both did the same thing and just both worked through it slowly. We're missing one fella now, and he was helping out.
Mm-hmm.
But we all took a part in the same thing. We all did one thing.
You just used all your ideas and put them into one. That's lovely. And what are you most confident about in your race that you just did, or your run that you just did today?
I think that we have a lot of stability, and there's no tipping over, and it's very stable. So we're not going to be taking on water and stuff like that.
Okay.
I don't know if Michael has anything to say.
Anything to say? No, that's okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for speaking to me, and good luck in the race.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, and we are back once again, and another big thank you to our sponsors today, and we are currently awaiting, let me just double check again, yes, Froud Avenue Community Center, and we await their appearance with their boat, and so we shall wait for the next team to arrive, and so we can continue talking about boats, because that is one of my favorite activities. I love sitting here and talking about boats all the time. Oh, actually, believe it or not, they're actually on deck right now. So I would love to see what kind of boat they've put in the water. Ooh. Okay, so let's take a look here. Here they are. All right. Okay. First things first. It actually looks like first of all, it looks pretty, but it looks like reminds me of kind of like a small private yacht type of design. Okay, once again, very high aspect rudder. I would assume we're likely to see kind of again that very sensitive kind of rudder with, well, not rudder, but a very sort of strong turning force kind of rudder, where it's going to be very responsive to inputs from the pilot. Yeah, I'm having my moments, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm having my moments. Sometimes the words just escape me. But yeah, here we go. I think this is I do like the design. The bottom is a flat bottom, very wide, very beamy kind of boat, likely to be quite stable. But I do wonder if we're gonna see the same issues. It's gonna struggle a bit on, to get onto the plane. No issues getting around the tank at all. Yep. Now you will see that there is a lot of sort of white spray coming out of the back of the vessel. So that usually is an indication that the rudder, the propeller is not as immersed as it could be. So a lot of the extra propulsive power is actually being wasted. You can actually kind of see, even though the engines are kind of, the engines are being sort of run at full power there, it's not going as fast as it could be. So, it got around the course, not a problem, fantastic. That's always the first thing, right? Boat doesn't sink, great. Boat's not capsizing, fantastic. Makes it around the course, excellent, right? Those are always the first conditions. But I definitely think that there could be some small tweaks made, possibly, for improved performance here. Because there's definitely a lot of propulsive power here that is being lost, because you can see it, it's just going on top, spraying water everywhere. Yeah. But controllability problems look like pretty much no controllability problems from what I can see. Very responsive though, you can see it, one flick of the rudder and right, it's gone. Yeah, I mean, not much to say about that. It's definitely not going to get on a plane, as you can tell. Like the hull pretty much stays. What's in the water is pretty much what's in the water. You don't really see it. Able to kind of like get itself out of the water that we saw earlier with one of the teams. And so speed is going to be a bit of a challenge, I think, for something like this. But stability is excellent, as you can notice. Like travel across the entire course, and you don't really see it, like flopping over or anything like that. It is just a nice, stable platform. And if you are out on the ocean and you were on a ship, that's kind of what you're hoping for too, right? Like, I mean, imagine you get on a cruise ship and the cruise ship just, kind of rolls all over the place. You'd probably be seasick by the end of the first day. Actually, speaking of seasickness, my first attempt on a cruise ship was a pretty rough week. It took me quite literally, I think, about 6 days before I got over my own seasickness, yeah. Initially I thought, that might have put me off from cruising. I think at least the first 6 days I did it, but by the 7th day, and I kind of got my legs under me, and I kind of got used to the motions, and overall they're very much designed for that, kind of very gentle kind of motions. It was great. So again, if you're out in the real world, do you always want to go super fast? Not necessarily. Sometimes you want to be on a nice stable boat. Anyways, great job to Proud Avenue Community Center. Their boat has performed, well, as good as I think you can expect, really, at the beginning. Completed the course, set a time. Maybe not the fastest boat out there, but that's okay because, again, we're talking about compromises, right? All right, so I believe there is an interview now coming up for Proud Avenue Community Center, and we shall hear their thoughts about their boat, and potentially any thoughts about the rest of the day. So we shall see. Just waiting on the interview station right now, and are they doing an interview? I feel like I've been tricked a few times today where I'm looking at them like, oh, there's an interview, and then actually no, they weren't. So we shall. It looks like there will be one. Oh yes, I think there will be one. All right, hang tight, everybody. Interview coming up with Proud Avenue Community Center.
Hi everyone, we're back again with another team, and I'd like them to introduce themselves and tell us what school you guys are representing today. Oh yes, you're not a school. So who are you representing today?
Proud Avenue Community Center.
Nice. And what's your name?
Grace.
Grace. Nice to meet you, Grace.
I'm Karima.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Nevaeh.
I'm Hanan.
Nice to meet you guys. So what inspired your boat design?
Well, our first one, we first did it with a foam sheet, and our glue kind of ate through it.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to start a new one.
Mm-hmm.
So we used foam
Foam
bar.
board.
Were you happy with the boat's performance today?
Yeah.
Your first one? You were? Yeah. Was it exciting?
Yes.
Were you excited? Yes. And what were your guys' roles? Did anyone do one particular role, or did you all work together? Can you guys tell me what your roles were?
Mine was rudder leader, and I helped with the poster.
Nice.
Mine was the booklet design leader.
Lovely.
Mine was like the hall design executive.
Mm-hmm.
And I was the poster design president. So I was
Nice.
the main person working on the poster.
Lovely. Are you guys happy with your results
Yes.
so
Yes.
far?
Yeah.
Are you guys confident for your race? You're
Yes.
feeling good?
Yeah, felt better than before.
Yeah, you feel good?
Yeah.
You feel good now?
We had some complications at the beginning.
When we
but
tried to test it, but
yeah,
But-
we changed a lot because the inside started leaking in when we reversed.
Mhm.
So we moved stuff around and we put up a barrier.
Mm-hmm. And you used your thinking skills and you got it done?
We all decided to come together and work on it.
That's
and
perfect.
our propeller, like,
Mhm.
Fell off.
like,
Okay.
like twisted off when we reversed.
So,
But yeah,
But you figured it out and you're ready to go?
yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for talking to me. Good luck. I'm rooting you on.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Alrighty, and we are back. So we're currently waiting for a rerun from earlier. So Roncalli is coming back, and then we're waiting for St. Peter's Junior High. So Roncalli was the one, if you remember from earlier, where they seem to have suffered a bit of a propeller failure. It seems like they put the boat in the water and then something happened and then the propeller I think flew off or something. We don't know, but they're going to come back and they're going to give it another go. And St. Peter's, they're the ones where they had the capsize problem in the morning. So they're hopefully going to come back, having lowered their center of gravity on their boat, and we'll see how that's going to do. And so hopefully, up until now, it's been an interesting morning. That the races have been interesting. The kind of technical type of discussions have been interesting, and and maybe you've all learned something along the way. At least I hope so. I mean, I'm after all just a discombobulated voice floating in cyberspace. But hopefully, you're all picking up something interesting along the way, and yeah. And as always, shameless self-promotion, I guess. Well, it's not my promotion. Well, anyways. It's not promoting me, but I'm hopefully looking forward to seeing some of the kids maybe down the line as naval architects. It's a fun industry. It's lots of interesting work, and yeah, would love to see more people in the field. For me personally, I did the naval architecture program here at the Marine Institute, and then I went off and did still most of the way through my master's right now, but I ended up working down in the tow tanks, not the National Research Council, and that was quite an eye-opener. It was really things that I learned but taken up another level, and it's I sort of mentioned model testing earlier, but it's really take the small model boats of today and then really blow it up to bigger and bigger scales, just to kind of give you, I guess, that sense of how big we're talking. Like I said earlier, 5 meter long models, sometimes it could be even longer, right? Because it really depends on the scale factors, but if you're doing a 1 to 20 scale of something that's 200 meters long, it's 10 meter long model, and those are big, those are big, and they're really cool to see. And yeah, and then of course you hook them up to a ton of sensors, and then you just drag them up and down a tank, and speaking of doing sort of tank testing, there's open water tank testing, which is what kind of, the flume tank's not really used for that. The flume tank is used for other things, but when you're actually doing tank testing, you have these big long, couple 100 meter long tanks, right? But there's also like tanks where you have sort of simulated ice. And so you can actually do, tow tank testing, but through an ice field and things like that, like ice sheets. And you can then see how certain vessels, especially things like icebreakers, would perform in ice, and it's a very different, kind of beast, I guess, when compared to open water, right? Ice just adds a whole new dimension of stuff to things. So yeah, I think it's a pretty cool subject field. And really there's sort of, the great thing I think about naval architecture is there's sort of this wide range of what the future can look like, right? You can do everything from sort of design work and just sort of hey, I'm just working on design, to really going all the way up to sort of higher level advanced research and development. So there's just kind of this very wide, I guess, field of stuff that you can do. Yeah, and I would love to see more people in it. I feel like it's one of those underrepresented fields, you know, because yes, okay, enough self-promoting. Anyways, we're still waiting for Roncalli, we're still waiting for St. Peter's. So when they are on deck, I will be back with you to talk to you more about how their boats are performing. So until then, sit tight, enjoy the breather, and we'll just wait for the next team. Alrighty, so the one of the team, well, I think this is Roncalli, they're back now, I think. So they're going to get back into they're going to get their model back into the tank. Yes, so this was the trimaran earlier that had a bit of the I think the propeller issue or something like that. So they're back, so hopefully they've got their the issue fixed now. again, you know, like certain advantages of the Trimaran. I think it's going to be a really, really stable platform. Rudder is again a bit of a high aspect like ratio rudder, so might be a little oversensitive again. We'll see. Like, obviously we'll see how it performs once it gets into the water. But these are like kind of, I guess, predictions, just like the things I could see initially. But we will, yeah, we'll definitely have to see how this is gonna actually perform once they get into the water here. Okay. Oh, okay. Movement. There we go. Oh, that's positive. Nothing's flown off yet, which is good. Okay, they got to kind of back that up a little bit, I think. And again, I'm not really like surprised. You know, for first run, like, you know, if you're the pilot, if you haven't really figured out how sensitive the boat will be, it does take a little bit of effort to try to figure out what's going on, right? You don't really want to like just go full power right away because it'll go out of control. It does look good. Yeah, so you can see the two like pontoons on the side. They are going to provide a certain degree of stability. Like the trimarans, generally you don't see them, like, especially when they're turning, you don't usually see them like tip over much, you know, onto one side, because they're usually very stable. I do think that you're seeing kind of, again, that's a little bit more gingerly kind of thing, because I do think the rudder is going to be a little bit more responsive in terms of just like, well, that's going to cause the boat to be a little bit more responsive. So, and we shall see. There we go. Although, with typical trimaran designs as well, it like just the way a trimaran is, it does also kind of mitigate some of that sort of higher aspect ratio rudder, just because there's more of the stuff that's kind of in the water providing that directional stability. So here is one of the first kind of things that, you know, we can kind of notice, is that they're going full power, but you can kind of see that it's not getting to a plane, so it's not reaching that potential speed potential. However, it made their way around the tank. The boat functions, it floats, doesn't capsize, and it made its way around the course. So that is always the biggest win, right? Like, anytime you have a boat that does all those things, the actual boat things, right? The important boat things, then you can worry about everything else, right? Fundamental priorities are boat things first, and then we worry about other things. So boat right now does both things, which is fantastic. Okay, so let's see round two. Pilots are starting to get a little bit more familiar with their boats, so let's see if they do better on the second run. Oh, back up a little bit. Okay. Everyone ready? Let's see how it does. Oh. There is a learning process. There always a learning process for the drivers. They have to really figure out like how to get their boats to react. And I did also mention earlier that it changes a little bit dynamically too, right? Like the faster the model goes, the rudder can be more you know, sort of powerful for the same amount of deflection. So it's a challenge to learn how the boat is gonna behave, right? I wonder if they're also taking on some water every time they're trying to reverse. That's sometimes another one of those things that, like, you know, when you're reversing, you know, and the propeller is like kicking up all that spray and water and whatever, sometimes you get water to go kind of into the boat through an open port in the rear, where you would have like the rudder openings and stuff like that, which might be happening here. But let's see. They're resetting. They're getting back into the water again. But yeah, we're just hoping that, you know, they're able to get around at a good time, and just to kind of see how they sort of stack up. Oh, come over the buoy. Okay. Looking good. Yep. So far so good. Nice controlled trip around the fume tank. I did mention this earlier, right? Sometimes, especially like later on the day when they do head-to-head races, sometimes the team that wins is the team that doesn't crash into the walls and loses control. Because in past years, that has actually happened where, like, you know, during a head-to-head race, the slower boat won, and that was because the faster boat just careened out of control. So that sometimes is a factor as well. Yep. Okay. There we go. Yeah, boat's done a very, very solid, stable course, and it made it back. Not a problem. I think for this particular, like, trimaran design, if they were to try to make it go faster, you know, you probably want to start thinking about, like, reducing the amount of, like, boat that exists under the water to a certain degree, sort of making the hull form, especially in the middle and the two pontoons, sort of like more hydrodynamically efficient, and then really try, with how much power you have available from the engines and whatnot, and do keep in mind that the raw power of just the engine alone, it suffers a series of losses as it gets to the propeller. So, you know, you're not getting 100% at the propeller end. But, you know, anyhow, that maybe if it was more sort of like a smaller profile hull, things like that, you might be able to get it onto a plane. So during the straightaways, you might be able to go a bit faster, right? But otherwise, like, you know, it is doing very, very much trimaran things. Nice and stable, no real tipping over, anything like that. I do wonder if, like, prop immersion is something that, like, might need to get addressed, because I am still seeing kind of quite a lot of, you know, maybe the propeller being out of the water at the very, 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 like, top, maybe, possibly, so that some of the losses might be happening there too. But hey, every time that you manage to get around and you have perfect controllability is fantastic. So yeah, good job, Ron Colley. You guys are doing amazing right now. And love to hear what you guys are thinking about your boat during interview. But, you know, that's obviously still a little bit of time away. And then right after them, if we still have it on, yep, we do, is probably going to be St. Peter's. And hopefully they've managed to, you know, make some adjustments to their boat. Yeah. Like, I think in all the times I've watched model boat competitions, I think generally speaking, I don't remember any of the catamarans or the trimarans ever really having capsize issues. Generally, I don't remember them having any. However, in I do believe past year competitions, generally speaking, the catamarans usually haven't been as fast, and the trimarans the same thing. They haven't been as fast as the monohulls, and I think it's because you're sort of sacrificing some of that speed for that stability, right? You know, mind you, we did have a really fast catamaran today, and that I think was able to actually get on a very solid plane. You know, so again, it really does depend. So we will have to see. But again, remember, planing will have its own disadvantages as well, right? You'll go really, really fast, but at that speed, controllability might be a bit of a concern, right? So, yeah, we will have to wait and see. But yeah, so far so good. They seem to have gotten, like, very consistent runs down. One of the things that I would always really like to do, and I don't know if we're fully going to be able to do that today, but is actually go, like, kind of talk to the teams and ask them, like, kind of like the inspiration or motivations for certain design choices they've made. That would always be kind of a really cool, like, discussion to be had, you know. Maybe it's coming up in some of the interviews, but sometimes you really want to have, like, that more detail, but that does require more sort of sit down time, which you don't always get. Anyways, yeah, beautiful run, nice smooth turns around all the thing, and just nice and steady. All All right. I wonder if the team is okay with those runs or whether they're going to go for a few more. This is actually great practice time because, you know, especially when you get to head-to-head competitions later today, you don't really get that. You're just more straight put into like competitions to race each other as fast as you can, and see what happens. And there is quite a few races there too, as you can see. Well, as you will see soon enough, there is a kind of the way the brackets are done is actually quite cool. All right, so they are going for another run. I can't 100% tell, but I think from what I saw right there in that last run by, that the propeller I think is a little bit shallow on this particular boat. So I think they are losing some of that propulsive efficiency and power that I sort of discussed earlier when you have that sort of, you know, propeller kind of, you know, essentially hitting open air. You know, propeller immersion, that's one of those things that is actually quite important too, when it comes to the design of boats and ships. It's cool. Love boats. Oh, I think I could sit here all day with all of you and just sit here and do nothing but talk about boats and ships and everything like that. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic runs to Roncalli. They have managed to fix their earlier issue. Their boats are doing what it needs to do right now, which is get around the course, finish it, and you know, stay in control without issues. I do believe that there is an interview going to be coming up, I believe, for Roncalli, because I think they skipped the interview earlier when their boat had the malfunction. So I think they are going to go to the interview station now. So we are going to wait for their thoughts about their boat and their runs. And all the while they're doing that, we're going to be waiting for St. Peter's Junior High to come back to give it another go for their boat. And I'm hoping that they've managed to you know, sort of fix the capsize issues from earlier. And once again, a big thank you to our sponsors today, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, the Government of Canada, the Government of Newfoundland Labrador, Equinor, Fleetway, Fabtech Industries, and Genoa. And I will be back momentarily as we await the interview. Hang tight, everyone.
Hi everybody, I'm here with Roncalli, and I didn't get to interview them before, so I'd just like them to introduce themselves here now.
Hi, I'm Natalie.
Hi, I'm Riley.
I'm Cameron.
Hi, I'm Ruth.
It's nice to meet you guys. So after the hiccup you had in your first run, how do you feel about your second run?
I think we feel great. Our first run, the propeller fell off, but now it's on, it's here, and we've made a lot of improvements, and I think we had a very successful run.
Lovely. Is there anything you'd like to share about your design process, or anything that you'd go back and fix if you had more time? If you could go back.
Well, if we could go back, we would build the walls higher on our boat so that it didn't flood as easily, because we had to duct tape it shut every single time.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'd also add a bigger keel, so that way it's not tipping now, because we added our quantum, I think so. And but yeah, better keel would work.
Well, I'm glad you guys are feeling good about your second run. It was great, and I wish you luck in the race. And I guess that's it. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Like about our boat?
Yeah, anything you'd like?
Well, actually, our boat has a separate section where the intake pumps and the outtake pumps go. So that way, if any water does get in, it's that section that's separate to all our wiring. So that way, the water is separate, and that's something that I think is the big thing about our boat.
Yeah,
that we
lovely.
like.
Very nice, very smart, and I like your design. It's very cool. And yeah, thank you so much for speaking with me today.
Thank you.
And good luck.
And we're back, and we're still waiting for St. Peter's Junior High, and for them to get on deck, and they are actually on deck right now. So let's go take a look, and let's see what happens. Hopefully their boat is, they've had some time to adjust it and maybe lower the center of gravity so they don't have any of those capsize issues as they did earlier. So, all right. Love to see be able to show you the boat right now on the dock. That would be good. And so we can talk about it. There it is. Okay, there's the boat slowly being lowered into the water, and let's hope for the very best here that the boat is it is upright. Yes, it is. Look at that. It is upright. Hooray. So one of the things that they did from my earlier sort of very brief questions to the team is that they put weight at the bottom of the boat. Okay, so you'll notice, and I love to talk about this part because it's fun. So you'll notice actually that when they turn their boat over, the boat rolls like to a large, sort of pretty large angle, right? And then at a certain point in time, you'll notice that it does actually come back up. It comes up kind of slowly. But then there was a certain point where they kind of went past the point and it didn't come back, right? Didn't fully capsize, just didn't come back. So typically, when your GM is at 0, the boat essentially just goes to wherever and then just stops, doesn't come back up at all. But if you have a very like 0.1, 0.2, like you have a very, very small positive GM, the boat will right itself, but it'll right itself like sort of slowly, if you know what I mean. So it is actually it's kind of like whatchamacallit, like if you want to study this is basically small angle and large angle stability. It's under like sort of hydrostatics. That's kind of what you're looking at here. And wonderful, we have the back of someone's head. That's awesome. Head, get out of the way. But yeah, it's that's kind of the field of study that you're wanting to look at, and really it's always that compromise, right? So this team has gone for what looks like a boat that's pretty narrow and sort of a long boat, which you kind of sacrifice some of that for you sacrifice some of that stability for possibly the ability to go fast. But sometimes you might sort of go a little bit over, in the sort of the stability department, and you see the kind of the potential issues where the boat just doesn't come back up. I do believe they look like they're gonna call it and maybe having to go do some more, because it looks like they still need to work on their boat some more. So yeah, so I think that's it for St. Peter's. They are now, I believe they should be heading to an interview station, because they did, I don't remember if they did an interview earlier with this team, but I think they're going to head back to an interview station. They're probably going to get interviewed. And then after that, the course is going to get reconfigured for the afternoon head-to-head races. And it is also time for me to vamoose out of here and get some lunch. So until the end of lunch, everybody, have fun, enjoy, and we'll talk to you again shortly. Okay, so just to hop back in briefly here. So St. Peter's has made some modifications to their boat. As you've noticed, hopefully, they've attached 2 additional flotation bits to the side of their vessel. So this is providing some extra buoyancy. So it is keeping their boat from capsizing over, as I gingerly say that. But you can see that it is helping, right? So so typically when you do increase kind of the beam of the vessel by adding these extra bits of flotation, like, it does help. It definitely makes it a bit better. But you can still see sort of like, again, there are some, fundamental underlying design elements of the boat that is making it difficult, right? But this helps, right? However, and of course, I think most of you might have been able to kind of realize this, is that if you add 2 bits sticking out of the side of the boat, you're also increasing the amount of drag that the vessel is going to be experiencing, right? Obviously, the priority number 1 right now is finishing the course, having a boat that's not going to capsize and go underwater. And that is the number 1 priority. Remember, ultimately, at the end of the day, the boat's got to do what the boat's got to do first, right? Which is stay afloat, go around the course, do the basics. We can worry about speed and efficiency and all the other stuff later. First of all, it's just got to complete the mission. So far, so good. We're still making a way around the course. We're still doing our best, but at least it's not capsizing, which is a huge improvement already, right? So I do think, obviously, like, the team will need to make some additional changes or improvements to hopefully try to make this a bit better. So, we'll see what they come up with for the afternoon, whether it's like adding another piece outside, sort of increase the, okay. So as you can tell, when it is kind of healed over, it does lose some of that controllability too, right? So that, I think, is something that they are probably going to have to work on a little bit more. And maybe they can figure it out by adding maybe another piece on the outside. For every piece they're adding, they are going to make some sacrifices in terms of like raw speed, but it might improve their controllability. So what they're doing right now is they're sort of like looking for that compromise solution, right? And that's always the probably the most fun thing about naval architecture as a subject, is you've always got like a million things that you got to try to do, like compromises and whatnot for, and so you're always trying to find that ideal solution, right? I mean, now obviously we've resolved the capsize, but controllability is a bit of a struggle. So it's like, you're obviously going to try to make an effort to fix controllability. There you go. Hey, look, that mission accomplished. They've managed to get their way around the course and record a time. So hey, fundamental mission is complete, and now we see if they can. Now we see if they can, I don't know, improve on their times for the next run. Or if they're even going to give it another run. I think they will. They have to learn how to, like, at least control their boat a little bit, right? I think. So, yeah, that was at least a success. And hopefully I've been able to at least explain the changes and whatnot. However, if I do intend to cast the afternoon and be alive by then, I do think it is probably advisable for myself to go find something to eat. Because it will be a fun afternoon. So yes, everybody, you can watch the rest of you can watch the last of St. Peter's Junior High's run around the tank, because I'm pretty sure they're going to probably maybe try to do another one or so. But I am going to sign off for now, and so enjoy the rest of the race, and I will see you all in the afternoon.
Hi everybody, we're back again with St. Peter's Junior High. They just had a very successful second run, and I'd like to hear from them how they feel about it.
I just can't stop laughing about it because they both kept like turning on again and again. I had to go back like 80 times. We probably made like 5 minutes and a half, but at least we made it.
Yeah.
It's the noises it were making made me like die.
It was making like super.
I don't know what it was doing. It just did.
That's okay.
When the boat was making those sounds, I was praying to the Lord that I wouldn't die. So
you die?
I don't know,
Why
it
would
would
you
explode into a billion pieces.
Is there like shrapnel everywhere?
I was scared the boat would sink.
And it didn't, right? So that's really good.
We did it, guys.
I'm also scared.
I was so scared. I was so scared. I had to be kept in loop, like turning again and again and again.
But are you happy with how it turned out in the end?
I mean, we made it to the finish line and it didn't sink, so that's a good thing.
You made
At least that's
And we
good.
laughed a lot.
It's fine.
And we probably are the group that most laughed at the performance.
We're probably gonna lose first,
We don't know.
unfortunately.
You worked really hard.
I'm just being
You
realistic.
worked really hard to get it back going and
It's
everything.
the point of having fun.
Exactly. And you worked really hard to make it do what it could, and you should be proud of yourselves.
We are.
Yeah, you should be. Well,
The
thank
design was the best part about it,
I wouldn't say.
not the testing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you guys want to add?
No, not at all.
No? You're good? No. All right. Well, thank you so much, and good luck in the race. You guys did amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the afternoon segment of the model boat race. Here is the current tournament bracket that has been set up. These are going to be head-to-head races. There's going to be a winner's bracket, loser's bracket, and yeah, and I think it's, you know, and at the end, I think the ultimate two winners of the both brackets are going to meet up, I think is how I understand this. This is going to be the more exciting part of the model boat race competition, as the teams are, as I said, going head-to-head, and well, a lot more things happen during head-to-head competitions than when you're getting the tank all to yourself. I sort of hinted at that earlier today. So sit back, relax, and once we get all the teams on the deck, you know, we're off to the races. So sit tight, and we'll be back shortly. All right, just back with a couple more details for everybody who's interested. So I think what's going to happen first is we're going to have St. Peter's Junior High and St. Kevin's, and they're going to go in a head-to-head first. I think the winner of that one is going to move into round 2 to face off against Clarenville, and then all the other ones are going to go in accordance with the current bracket layout. Keep in mind that this is going to be a 2-lap race, so basically they have to get around the course once, and then they have to do it another time before they can actually win. So remember earlier when I was talking about things like you know, like wake disturbances, you know, like waves being generated by other boats, this is where that potentially can have an impact, right? So if someone gets around the course and then they start encountering much more difficult to handle waves, who knows, right? So I think it'll be very interesting to see that in action. So first up here, I think some of the boats are going into the tank now, and I think it's St. Peter's boat that I see in, and St. Kevin's. So St. Kevin's, if anybody remembers earlier, was the catamaran design, but they had I think a propulsion unit issue, and they were also the ones where the one of the hull you know, parts fell off. So yeah. Anyways, they're going to be put sort of side by side. It's going to be 2 laps around the tank, and oh, the catamaran just turned upside down, and I think they're out of action. So okay, wow, this is a race. This is a race. I think from what I'm seeing here, it looks like St. Peter's is gonna do the course in reverse, because they seem to have controllability going backwards. So I think that's how they're gonna go for it. Hey, if it works, right? Okay, the catamaran I think is gonna have to get put back upright, and so I think what's happening with the catamaran is that the vessel's sort of very, very low in the water, and I think it's a little bit front heavy too. I think there's more weight towards the front of the boat, and so when it's going fast, what happens is the boat essentially digs its nose into the water, and then it just basically catapults itself you know, over itself, essentially turns itself over. So I think that's why we're seeing right now the catamaran is trying to go kind of slower in order to not do that to itself. But you can see that every single time it tries to go faster, you can see that the front end digs in and the rear end comes up, and essentially the boat is going to topple itself over. What's actually, I think, causing that is, I think it's the way that they've located their propulsion unit, because that's actually a pretty heavy component, right? You think like there's motors and batteries and whatever in there. So they've actually put it at an angle and pretty high up. So they've located, you know, sort of one of their sort of, I guess, you know, like center of gravity locations kind of high up, and it constantly wants to tip forward and dig the boat in. But they have got it under some degree of control now by just not going around super fast. So as long as they don't go super fast, they dig the front of the vessel into the water, they're actually going to make it around the course. As for St. Peter's, I don't actually know where they are currently on the course. But St. Kevin's is slowly but surely making their way around the course. Now, in this situation where neither are going super fast, they're also not having the biggest impact on each other, so there's not really the kind of you know, interaction between the two. Like, you can see the waves that are being made by the St. Kevin's boat is actually relatively small. There's not a lot of disturbance in the water. Oh, and there we go. We found St. Peter's boat. Okay, St. Kevin's is finishing right now. There it goes, crossing the finish line. And St. Peter's, I think, is I think they're either trying to make their way around the course or they're just done. I think, yeah, I think that boat is out of the water now. All right, so there we go, round one of the head-to-head races, and this one goes to St. Kevin's, who will go to compete with Clarenville, I believe, and St. Peter's will move down to the other bracket where they'll meet another team. Yeah, so all is good right there. I'm not sure if we're still set up for any interviews or not, but would love to hear what the teams think about their performance. Here we go. So you can see the brackets have been updated. So I think like St. Kevin's probably has a little bit of work to potentially try to do for their cat. Maybe make it so that, you know, maybe its center of gravity is a bit lower on that, you know, maybe to kind of keep that boat a little bit more controllable. Hard to say, right? Like it's always hard to say. But yeah, you know, fun enough for St. Kevin's and their catamaran. You know, sometimes you almost wonder, like, it would be easier hypothetically if they just made the two sections of the hull just a little bit bigger, right? Remember the whole thing about how naval architecture is this wonderful balance of things? Just maybe made it a little bit bigger, a little bit more stable, you know, so it wouldn't tip forward, and how much faster that might have actually been, right? So fun enough, and this is the thing to think about, and this, like, sometimes it requires you to kind of really sit there and like kind of wrap your head around it. So sometimes you sacrifice, you know, some things. So for example, you sacrifice you sacrifice lower resistance because of the sort of, like, you know, larger hull versus smaller hull, right? You sacrifice some of that, you know, saved resistance, but you gain controllability and stability. If you gain that and your vessel is easier to control, you still go faster than if the vessel was borderline uncontrollable, right? So sometimes it is that beautiful, beautiful balancing act. Anyhow, we are awaiting the next race. And there is an interview coming up. There's actually an interview coming up. So let's head off to the interview station and hear from St. Kevin's High.
Hi everyone, we're back again with St. Kevin's High School, and they just bet St. Peter's Junior High in their first race. How are you guys feeling about that after your hiccups in the beginning?
Pretty good. I didn't think we would win that.
No, sorry. Why didn't you think you'd win?
We flipped the boat over, and the boat itself isn't watertight, so it should. I'm surprised it's not fried.
Yeah. Do you know what made it win, or made it to the finish line before the other team's boat?
It was just a bit faster, I guess,
a
a bit more
faster?
stable.
Yeah?
Yeah, if you went too fast on it, it would flip. So
Yeah.
you kind of just had to slow and steady.
Are you feeling confident for the next race?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah. Does anybody have anything else to add?
Not really.
No, you're all good?
Pontoons definitely help with the balance and how we won.
All right. Lovely. Is that everything from you guys?
Yeah.
Nothing else to say? All right. See you later after your next race, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have
And we're back. Once again, thank you to our sponsors. And we are waiting for the next team to show up. And continue the head-to-head races. As you can see, the first one was, well, it was interesting to say the least. But, you know, it wasn't that... and that's not some of the shenanigans, shall we say, that we've potentially seen in past head-to-head races. So let's wait the next teams and let's see how that plays out. It's hey, I told you, it's more exciting than watching just the speed trials. Speed trials are, you know, they're great for the pilots to learn how to, you know, operate their boats and whatnot, but nothing beats head-to-head. Afternoon races are so much more exciting. All right, we're waiting for the students to get their boats on. We're waiting for them to get their boats on the deck and into the water, and I think we're gonna see. Honestly, I have no idea who's next up. I think it's Roncalli coming up against Southwest Arm Academy. I think that's the head-to-head right now. So I think Roncalli's coming in. They're the ones with the trimaran, and Southwest Arm was the one at the very, very start of the day where they had a monohull. And let's see how they do, right? Oh, okay, there we go. Look at that. Right, remember? Slow and steady can win you races sometimes too, right? And very good controllability. Look at this. Roncalli, turn! Okay, there we go. They made their turn. Look at how stable that turn was, right? Just beautiful turn. And Southwest Arm is they're also going. But Roncalli seems to have the edge right now. Look at that stability. Look at that amazingly smooth movement around the track. Absolutely no issues. Look at that. Beautiful. So I'm not sure if you noticed earlier, but like kind of earlier on when Southwest was sort of stuck behind Roncalli's trimaran, you can actually see them having to deal with the wake. Actually, in fact, we might see it again here as Roncalli is making their way around the track again, and they're going to pass by Southwest's boat. And you can see it, right? As soon as the wake of the vessel passes, you can see how the other vessel starts to bobble. So during some races, especially where the ones are like much more like, let's say, where the vessels are much closer together, sometimes the wake can have a huge impact on the other team's boat. And Roncalli very comfortably takes the win. I think Southwest Arm's boat has had a technical malfunction, I think, because their boat essentially just kind of stopped. And one wonders what happened, whether that was... Because if I remember correctly, at the very early stages today, Southwest had an issue where they took some water on their boat. And it is possible that's what they encountered. They took some water on, and something shorted out the electrical or something like that, and that's why the boat just stopped. So yeah, very, very, very good. Roncalli takes the win. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, like we're just wondering what happened to the other boat. Here we go. This is Southwest Arm's boat. They seem to just be stranded in the middle of the tank right now. So we're waiting for someone to maybe fish them out. Anyways, Roncalli moves on to round 3, facing off against the winner of Clarenville or St. Kevin's. I believe next up we're going to have Ascension Collegiate and Fruit. Oh, look at me. Froud Avenue Community Center is going to be the next race up. Ugh. And Naval Architect to me cannot get that through my head sometimes. Just automatically see it and want to say Fruit. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think someone needs to get a little pole and maybe help push out Southwest there. There we go. Okay, they're coming out of the pond, the tank. Ooh, pond. Did I just say pond? Ooh, tank now. All right, they're coming out. I wonder what happened to their boat. Like, why did it just suddenly stop? And I didn't notice there being any like significant water in being taken on board. So I don't know what happened there for Southwest. Hopefully they can get their boat fixed and see if they can they can do better on the next race. Yeah, not really sure what happened. Looks like they had their boat taped up really close. Oh, and I don't see a lot of water. So yeah, not sure what happened there. Yep. It would be nice to find out from the teams what's going on though. But yeah, moving on, and yeah, we're waiting for Sprout Avenue, Community Center, and Ascension. There should be an interview coming up. Oh, there we go. There is an interview also coming up right now with Ron Colley. Let's hear from the winners of that last race. Over to the interview team.
Hi everyone, I'm back again with Ron Colley. You guys are high school or junior high?
We're a high school.
You're high school, okay.
We're high school.
Ron Colley High School, and they just won against Southwest Arm, and they're another team who had a few hiccups in the beginning and came out winning. So how do you feel?
I think we all feel pretty good, right?
Oh my god, I can't even believe it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. What did you guys do to secure your win, do you think?
A lot of
work.
A lot of I don't want improvising and kind of like I guess innovation.
Yeah.
We ran into lots of issues, but we kept finding solutions for these issues. So I think we just kept improving the boat throughout the day, which I think was a
learning
big,
from your mistakes
Yeah.
through your runs and everything. And
Yeah. I think that was a big part of it.
And did you work as a team really well today, do you think?
I think so,
Would you
yes.
say?
I would say.
Yeah.
I'd say we did pretty good on the improvisation since the people who built the boat couldn't show up today. So
Yeah, oh wow, that's a really big
like,
deal, right?
doing this.
So that's all you. All you guys, you had to just go with the flow and do what you could do.
Like
right?
almost half of our team, I think, wasn't it?
Wow.
There's a soccer provincials in our
Oh,
school today,
okay,
so we lost a majority of our
You had
team
to
to
split
the
up a little bit.
Yeah,
I
all
guess.
the athletes
So that's
left
really
us.
good for you guys. You can go home and say, we still won our race.
We still won a round.
You're still able to you still won your round, and you were still able to figure things out on your own. So that's great. Do you have anything else to add?
I think we're good.
You're good for now? All right. Well, congratulations and good luck on your next race. Thank you so much.
You too. Thank you guys.
Alrighty, and we are back. Waiting for the next two teams to get on deck and get their boats in the water and progress the competition. Now we await the next two teams. Hopefully they're coming soon. Oh, there we go. I see another team. There we go. There we go. Okay, so here they are. Now, I don't know if anybody remembers, but I did mention earlier that I think this is the boat where I think there was a little bit of concerns about the propeller immersion because it seemed like they were losing quite a bit of their propulsive power to that. So hopefully they maybe made some adjustments, hopefully, and we'll see a much more efficient propeller in the water. But they had no issues earlier in terms of getting around the course. Vessel was just very stable, didn't have any issues getting around like corners or anything like that. So we got to see how this is going to go because I think their competition is going to be Ascension, and I think Ascension has a bit of a different boat as well. So we'll see how they're going to play out. Just waiting now. Yep, Ascension is coming on deck as well. So once we get the two boats in, we'll see how they do. Yep. So you can also tell it's kind of two very different designs in terms of boats. Ascension, if I remember, yeah, they had the monohull that semi-planed. You know, the one where on the straightaways the front of the boat would lift off from the water and not interfere and produce that additional drag. You know, but in a head-to-head competition, one never knows, right? Controllability becomes a big thing. Just in the previous race, Roncalli had this very, very, very smooth, you know, race around the track, just getting everything done, not a problem. So see how this goes. One is definitely going to be more optimized for speed. The other one is just going to be nice and stable. Let's see how this race goes. All right, I think we're all about set up here. And just waiting. Here we go. Okay. Proud Avenue Community Center versus Ascension. Whoa, and look at Ascension's boat just take off. Lots of speed on that. And I think yeah. Getting around the course very, very quickly. Very, very smooth. I think one of the advantages that the course currently in the head-to-head is providing is that there's no slalom component, right? It's just going in kind of relatively straight lines where raw speed does actually have an advantage. And so there we go. That is Ascension completing their lap. And they've actually lapped Proud Avenue. Oh boy, Proud Avenue Community Center's boat. But hey, Proud Avenue Community Center's boat is gonna make their way around the course. Not an issue at all. They are slow and steady, and they're gonna get their mission done as well, which is fantastic. Regardless, being able to complete a race always super important. And we're just waiting for the boat to cross the finish line here. Oh, there it is. Hey! Fantastic. They made it. Yeah. Race complete. Fantastic. Congratulations to Ascension for the win there. They are currently looking like they have a very, very strong vessel. Really fast, especially on the straightaways. So we shall see. We shall see. Next up will be Mount Pearl Senior High and Bishop White. If I remember correctly, Bishop White is the one with the kind of that big white boat. You know, again, more similar, I think, to Proud Avenue Community Center's boat in terms of the kind of wider, beamier vessel. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So we await the next team, and we're also waiting for the interview station. Once again, many thanks to our sponsors as we await the interview. Yep, just a couple more seconds here as they get their... there we go. Okay. All right. So we're heading over to the interview station very, very shortly here. They're just getting their boat and their people all into the frame. And there we go. Off to the interview station we go.
Hi everyone, we're back again with Ascension Collegiate, and they just won their first bracket against VCC. And how do you feel?
Great. I think we had a very easy win there.
Easy win there. Do you feel that your first race went better than your first run, or vice versa?
I think we had a bit of a better run on our first trial because of our battery problems.
Oh, okay, but you still won, so it's okay.
Yeah, we stopped at the battery, you know.
Does anybody else have anything to say about how you feel about the race, or?
No. Captain did everything.
Well, we are really lucky to have Michael as a pilot. He's very talented.
Oh, that's so sweet. Are you excited for your next race?
Yes.
You feeling confident?
Yes.
Feeling good?
We're going home with a win today.
Okay, very nice. You heard it here first. And if that's all, good luck on your next race.
Thank
and
you.
I hope to see you again.
Hope to see you again too.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are waiting for the next two teams to get their boats into the water. I believe it'll be Mount Pearl Senior High and Bishop White. And their boats are getting put in right now. Okay, so Bishop White is the one with the big white boat. Looks like almost like a fishing boat, I guess. As those of you familiar out here with how Newfoundland fishing boats look. And the other is the the very, very fast trimaran design that Mount Pearl Senior High was running. Whoa, they're like right on the cusp of controllability, it feels like, but they're just going around the track so incredibly fast here. Wow, look at them go. And you can definitely see how like encountering waves has some detrimental impacts, but they're just so fast flying around the track that I'm not sure that some of that minor penalty was a detriment for them. So yeah, there we go. Very, very clear speed run around the course here. Yeah. Bishop White's boat, I think they managed to do one lap. Unfortunately, they got lapped out by Mount Pearl there. So yep. So there we go. Next winner moving on. And then we're going to come back to, I think, the final race of this particular round, which I think, if I remember correctly, was Clarenville against St. Kevin's. So St. Kevin's was the one who earlier was the catamaran that faced off against St. Peter's. And Clarenville is the one I think we haven't seen yet. They're the 3D printed catamaran that nearly I think got on a full plane I think earlier. Although I have to double check that because it sort of went by really, really fast. Anyhow, we have an interview set up right now with the previous winning team. So Mount Pearl Senior High. We're going to hear their thoughts about the performance of their boat that just zipped around the track. All right, heading over to the interview station, and we're hearing from Mount Pearl Senior High.
Hi everyone, I'm back here again with Mount Pearl Senior High. They just defeated Bishop White in their first race. How are you guys feeling?
Great.
Amazing.
Yeah. Really good. You're feeling really good?
Yeah.
Do you feel you did better than last year?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah?
Technically, we won 2 whole rounds last year, but that was because our opponents left twice in a row because they had problems with their boat.
Oh, okay.
We also had problems with our boat. We just didn't give up.
All right, perfect. Well, if there's anything else you'd like to add, you can go ahead. Any insights about your win or anything, or?
It was kind of hard to steer.
Okay.
Straight.
It was a bit stressful. But you did it, came out, and it's all good. Well, thank you so much, and I hope to see you again for another interview, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back for the final race of round 2. We're waiting Clarenville and St. Kevin's. I believe this will be the showdown the catamarans. And see how this is gonna go. Still waiting for boats and crews to get on the deck and the boats to get in the water. Surprisingly though, I think the races so far in the early rounds have not had the same sort of, let's say, interactions with each other in terms of we haven't had the boats that have, let's say, interacted with each other's wakes as much, might have even collided on the turns. We haven't seen that much yet, but I think as the competition heats up, as we move further in to the brackets, we'll see more interaction, shall we say, between the different teams and their boats. So then we might see the sort of the greater impacts of some of the choices. Actually, one of the things that I have noticed about the competition so far, and I have to say this has been kind of an interesting bit too, is that during the speed trials, some of the boats that might have been lacking a bit of that maneuverability or the controllability, they're not having that penalty as much right now in the head-to-head, mostly because in a lot of cases they're just going in straight lines, straight line, turn, straight line, turn, straight line, and then, and they're just doing that. That might actually be beneficial, in terms of kind of that, not opting for as much maneuverability and controllability and just opting for more raw speed. So we shall see how this competition continues to unfold over the course of the next while, but it is something definitely interesting to kind of keep in mind, to see kind of, are there any drawbacks for having opted for one design decision over another? Now, again, remember, this is model boat, right? So there's a very, very specific sort of mission profile that, the competition sort of dictates to you, right? So in the real world, if you think about it, anytime you're designing any vessel, any ship, boat, whatever, you have a mission profile, right? And that mission profile comes with a whole bunch of requirements, and those requirements can be everything from like how fast, how much range and endurance the vessel can have, all those kinds of things. They all factor into the sort of, and even the capabilities too, right? Like nobody's going to design a speedboat shaped icebreaker, that thing's just never going to survive in ice, right? So mission profile matters in the real world. Obviously for this particular competition, it's specifically sort of focused on, hey, going fast, staying somewhat controllable, and that might be the primary goals. And so, your designs should, I guess, flow towards more kind of the things that would allow for those missions to be accomplished, right? So we're starting to see maybe there's some convergence in design today. Like maybe it's going to be the supremacy of the catamaran, the trimarans today. But we shall see, because again, in the last run, the trimaran, that little, well, is it a trimaran? I don't know. It's a little hard to say, but that trimaran went really fast. And it managed to complete the course way faster than the big monohull did, right? Where later on, if it's trimaran versus catamaran, are there going to be any trade-offs between those two? We shall see. But anyways, coming up right now on the deck is St. Kevin's and Clarenville. And so let's see here. I believe this is Clarenville's, I think it's a 3D printed catamaran. They're the ones that I think managed to get mostly on a plane earlier, although I do have to sort of double check that when I'm watching this race. But they were able to kind of get their boat really, really fast, almost skimming right on top of the water, it seems like. So we'll see how that goes. And then we're waiting for St. Kevin's to get their boat into the water too. Okay, we're still waiting for the last boat to be ready. Okay. See, another thing to also I wonder about is the way the hull has been designed, right? Both catamarans, but are there actually differences in the way the hulls are? I think so, because I have a feeling that, at least from my cursory examination, that it does look like that the catamaran that St. Kevin's came up with, I think, was made of foam or styrofoam or some kind of material like that. It could be just foam. I don't know. But the one for Clarenville, I think, is a 3D printed one, which, that might have some impacts too, right? In terms of buoyancy and all that stuff. But anyhow, I'm not 100% sure. I wish I could go confirm that with, for you guys. It might just be me. Maybe it's just me, but I do feel like St. Kevin's has done a little modification to their hull. We'll see. It looked like there was a little bit of modification done to their hull, but we shall see. All right, here we go. They're on the starting line. And, oh, wow. Clarenville's just zips right out of the... Wow, they're just taking off. Wow, they're just taking off. And here I think we're going to see some of that wake interaction as well. And you can see how, like, Clarenville's boat just creates so many extra little waves for... Oh! 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 No, Clarenville! Oh, and this is the thing. Slow and steady might just win you the race. Oh, no. Oh, Clarenville's vessel has broken apart under that impact. It's St. Kevin's with their slow, steady, and everything going great boat is going to be able to probably take this race as we wait for them to go around the course. See? Told you so, model boat. Model boat has its moments, I tell you. Yeah, and this sometimes is the thing, right? In real world, this is the issue, right? Like, do you want something that is reliable, that will always do the job, even if it's not the fastest in the world, as long as it's able to consistently do its thing, you know? Are they going to be able to do it? Oh, I don't know. Okay, I guess they gave Clarenville a reset. I don't know what happened there. I guess they got a bit of a reset, so... Oh, and they put it back in. Oh, okay, well. Oh, that was, I don't know about that. I think the boat should have sunk. No, I'm just kidding. They had a phenomenal boat. It performed really well in terms of just raw speed and everything. You know, but they did hit the side and broke apart, so you know, if I was a real boat owner and that happened, I might not be super thrilled. Do you think that Clarenville does, I think, move on in the bracket here? I think, but we'll see when the final bracket gets put in, what's actually happening. So, you know, obviously in the real world, you know, one boat breaks apart, the other one finishes the mission without breaking apart. I'm pretty sure all of you can say, I know which boat I would want to be on, because, you know, I think swimming with the fishes, you know, sort of involuntarily in that sense, is that even a word, is probably not the way to go. So we're just waiting for the final tournament bracket here to get updated. Okay, I think we're waiting for the bracket here. I don't know what happened to the bracket. Anyways, once the bracket gets updated, all is good. We're waiting for one of the teams to get to the interview station so we can hear from them. There we go. Oh, actually, St. Kevin's did get promoted to the next one, and Clarenville is down in the other bracket. Okay, so I guess they did count the sinking against Clarenville, but they did allow them to finish the race. So there we go. Yeah, see, model boat, always a very exciting time. Oh, actually, Clarenville's boat is still in pieces, so I think they're gonna have to do some repairs. But yeah, see, model boat has very exciting moments like that. They look like the sure winner. They look like they were well on their way, and you know, sometimes you lose that little bit of controllability and you slam into the side, and especially with the amount of forces that are being generated there, your boat breaks apart. Yeah. Say what you will, but if I was a passenger on that boat, I would be quite upset. After all, I've been committed to the waters with the fishes without my consent. All right. We're at the interview station now. I wonder which team I think is getting interviewed here. We'll find out in a second. Hang on a minute. We are waiting for the team. I would actually love to find out what why St. Kevin's has, I think, tweaked their hull a little bit, and I think that was the issue of where they wanted their buoyancy to be. It's because I think they cut out a bit. Oh no, they added an extra piece. Okay, that's what they did. They added an extra bit of buoyancy to the front of their vessel, so it gets the front up, so it doesn't go and have that issue where it was dipping into the water and then driving the boat underwater. So that is what was happening. So anyways, you'll see the boat that St. Kevin's has on the table in the interview station, and you can actually see clearly that they've added extra bits of flotation to the front of the hull. All right, so off to the interview station we go to hear from St. Kevin's and hear what they have to say about their boat.
Hi everyone, we're back again with St. Kevin's for the third time, and they're defying the odds again. So how do you guys feel?
I still don't know how we're doing
You
it.
still don't know. Do you have any? What's your strategy? Is it just luck, or
Luck?
It's luck, or anything else? You don't know.
No, no.
No, you don't know.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you had a lot of troubles today, but somehow you end up coming out, winning again, and it's all good. So I do hope to see you guys for a fourth or fifth time. I don't even know how many times. But yeah, so thank you so much. And do you have anything else to add?
Nope. I don't think so.
No, you're good. You're just excited.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, and good luck.
Okay, and we are back, and looks like we are moving down to I think we're going to do the losers bracket 1 and then 2, and then I think we're going to go into round 3 on the winner side. So I think that's how we're going to do the brackets. I think this is how it's going to go. So next up will be St. Peter's Junior High and Bishop White. So St. Peter's has had some issues with their vessels or their boat's stability. And it's been a bit of a struggle for them today. But hopefully they'll take some interesting lessons out from today's build and they will make improvements, because I definitely see some potential in their boat if they can get the stability right. Bishop White, they can also, I think, make some future adjustments to their boat. They've got a lot of stability, but for that tons of stability, they've sacrificed quite a bit of speed. So I think that's something that both teams in the future could probably do some work on, maybe take the best of both boats and combine them together, a bit of a... Okay. We're now right now in terms of like what's on the deck. We've got Bishop White and we've got St. Peter's. So that's the two that's on the deck right now. These are both of the two of the, I think, the bigger boats that I've seen today. And as you can tell with St. Peter's. Their boat is still at an angle, I think. I don't think they've fully managed to figure out stability on that one yet. Bishop White is the really, really big stable boat. So yep. Yeah, I think I think there's like a permanent angle of lull on. Oh, actually, okay. Yeah, I think I think St. Peter's is I think their boat is struggling today. Stability is a huge component of making sure your boat actually does what it's supposed to do. And again, look at this, just like nice, stable, doing its thing. You can see the interaction with the waves, especially ones that kind of bounce off the side. It can add some chop to things, and I think St. Peter's is they're doing the course in reverse again, because I feel like for whatever reason their boat has had more success going backwards around the course than going forwards. So it seems like that will be their solution here, is just to go backwards. But now remember that when you go backwards, the controls also get reversed, so it does take a little bit of kind of learning how to drive a boat backwards, I guess. But yeah, and Bishop White, just nice, stable, calm, very relaxing trip around the flume tank. Look at that, just beautifully stable. Now, on a fun note, because we should always talk about things not just purely from a model boat perspective, but from a bigger perspective as well, right? Like, imagine you were deciding to be, actually, really great example, because we're out here in Newfoundland. Imagine you are a fisherman and you are wanting to go out and catch a lot of fish. What kind of a boat would you want? Do you want something that is really fast, but really small areas? I mean, how much fish would you be able to pack into that hold? You know, a few? I mean, might be okay if you're going out cod fishing with, you know, like a line or something, but what if you wanted to catch and, you know, make it a career or a job or something like that? You know, something that you can, you know, sell to others, right? Not just for your own personal consumption. You kind of want a lot of hold space, right? So if you actually look at Bishop White's boat, the big white vessel, you can look at how much inside volume they have, right? So how much fish should you put in there if you think about it, right? If you, again, blow this up to like full scale versus the very, very, very small ones. Like a catamaran is great for an individual to maybe go out and, you know, take the partner fishing or something like that. But you know, not the same if you're doing it for, you know, a career, right? So, you know, anyways, that was the end of that race. So I think Bishop White took that one quite cleanly, and we're just waiting for, I believe, the next interview to come up, which I think will be with Bishop White to get their thoughts on that last race. St. Peter's, definitely they gotta have a little bit more to work on, especially when it comes to stability. But you know what? That's all part of the process, right? Nobody gets it right at the beginning. Take some effort, take some time, figure it out. Okay, and the tournament bracket, so I believe next up, yep, right here, next up we are looking at, looks like Southwest Arm and St. Kevin's High. Okay, so St. Kevin's did get dropped down, right? There we go. So there was a bit of, they did manage to settle how that race is going to end up playing out. So Clarenville is the winner of that previous race. And yeah, there we go. And St. Kevin's is now down with against Southwest Arm. So that's going to be the next race. And Southwest Arm had an okay showing in the morning. I think they just had some issues where their boat just isn't, it wasn't going. I don't know if it was an electrical issue or something like that. So hopefully they figured that part out. And St. Kevin's has, again, they've made modifications, right? They've raised the front of their boat. They have managed to kind of get that sorted in terms of that sort of wanting the boat to kind of like, I don't know, tip forward and dig itself into the water. But there's obviously a cost, right? Anytime you add a big extra chunk of flotation to the bottom of your vessel, there is a cost to that. There's extra drag. There's a whole, you know, so your vessel might be going even a bit slower than initially, right? So, but again, for controllability's sake, you might as well, right? Because one was go fast, but then you just go underwater and flip over. What's better, right? And I think it probably makes more sense to say, hey, we'd rather just stay upright and not flip over, I think would be the better solution. So again, compromises. All right, so we're waiting for the next two teams to get on deck. Waiting for Southwest Arm and St. Kevin's High. And when they're on, we'll show you that. Oh, actually, interview station. Totally forgot about that. Oh, look at me. Commentator can't remember where things and what things in what order. Anyways, off to the interview station we go with the interview team.
Hi everyone, I'm back here again with St. Peter's Junior High. They were just defeated by Bishop White and they are now eliminated from the race. How are you guys feeling?
Truly, I mean, happy that we're here, but like sad that
No, that's okay. It's okay to feel sad about it.
It's really unfortunate.
But you guys are a lot younger than a lot of the people here, and just being here is a big deal. Just making it as far as you did is a big deal, and you guys you had a great run. Do you feel something?
Like, I feel a bit disappointed because we invested a lot of time in this, and then it turned out not as good as we thought it would be. But, well, at least we made it.
But do you think that next year, if you guys decide to race again, that you'll take what you learned from today and use it? And
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
It's all a learning experience, and you made it really far, and you did a great job. And I hope to see you again next year if I'm here again next year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're back. So that last one there, I think, was the interview with St. Peter's Junior High. And now we're waiting for Southwest Arm to come back and St. Kevin's High to come back. And I believe they are getting on deck now. And I think it's Southwest Arm that's coming first. Yep, they are coming first. All right. So once they get their boats ready, we will be off to the races again. There they are. That is Southwest Arm. They have their boat. And we're just waiting for St. Kevin's. Now, these two boats, I think if I remember correctly, in terms of like performance and everything, I remember them being kind of similar. Like neither was... Actually, I might be wrong, because Southwest Arm's like last really successful series of runs were like in the morning speed runs. And they were actually okay in the morning. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And I don't know if St. Kevin's has done any more changes to their boat, but it looks like no, they're bringing back the one that they used in their previous race against Clarenville. So I think they're just like getting everything started. And yeah, and actually speaking of which, you know, one of the really kind of interesting questions I would love to ask to St. Kevin's is why they decided to opt for that like electronics box, if you want to call that, like why they decided to angle it in that way. I would hazard a guess that maybe they were thinking that, you know, in the event that any maybe water got out, they were hoping to maybe drain from the bottom, you know, which could make perfect sense in a design thing. But, you know, again, adding it so high up in terms of, you know, the fact that it was sort of, there's a whole chunk of it that's sticking up and pointing high up. They've, like I said earlier, they were having issues with that center of gravity, you know, could be one of those things where like you made a design decision and then you didn't really think about what the impact of it could be, you know. But again, that is me purely speculating, because as with any commentary, sometimes that's all I can do. I can only speculate and make guesses. All right, here we go. St. Kevin's versus Southwest Arm. They're getting ready. Let's see how these two are gonna go. Southwest Arm, if they got it fixed, they might have a speed boat. Or speedy boat, oh my gosh. Okay, nope, we're going the good, nice, stable race. And St. Kevin's is now in the lead. Slow and steady, and then Southwest Arm also slow and steady, just both of them making their way calmly around the track. Love it. Oh, St. Kevin's, what happened? They've gone in a circle. They lose a bit of controllability there. Southwest Arm still just going. Oh, they've run into each other a little bit there. St. Kevin's, I think, gave Southwest Arm a bit of a boost. Looks like St. Kevin's, they have maneuverability problems, I think. Don't you love the thing? Sometimes it's not the fastest boat that wins, but the one that can just do its mission the most consistently. Oh, I wonder. Southwest Arm is going. Not super quickly, but definitely going. As long as they have no other issues, no electronic issues, no electrical blip outs, and their boat just gets around perfectly, I think they're good to go. Oh, they also kind of stopped. I wonder what's going on. Well. Looks like neither boat's doing anything anymore. I don't think. Because Southwest Arm looks like they're just stuck. And St. Kevin's is, I think they were just doing circles the last time I saw them, so I don't know if they're still doing circles. Oh, yeah, okay. Alright, Southwest Arms also... Something has happened. Their boat has ceased any forward movement. Looks like something's happened with their propulsion unit. And St. Kevin's is also... Their vessel is also stopped. So out comes all the poles, and we're just gonna fish these boats out. So I guess in this case, do we declare the winner based on who got the furthest in the track? Maybe? Because, yeah, neither of them actually finished the race. So how do you decide a winner in that? Yeah, I think we'll have to wait for more adjudication again. Yep. So we await the adjudicator's decision as to who is the who's the winning team in this one. I would presume that team which gets the furthest. Okay, something has definitely happened, I think, to Southwest Arms boat, because yeah, their propulsion unit has obviously ceased functioning. So that's it, I think, for them. And I think with St. Kevin's, we're just waiting for them to figure out what's happened with their boat as well. I think all teams are just currently trying to figure it out. I think this is the best answer I've got for you. But anyways, once we get the results, I'll let you all know. So hang tight, everybody. All right, I have just gotten word that what they're actually going to do is they're actually going to redo that race, because you know, in a situation where I think neither team has actually managed to finish, I think that's what they're going to do. Is they're just going to get them to fix up their boats and redo that race and run it again, which I think is the most fair thing to do. But we'll wait for further details. So I shall be back momentarily. All right, I have actually gotten a proper update from the adjudication panel, and what happened is that in the last race, both boats' batteries died. So they're actually going to go and replace both batteries, and hopefully that will fix the issues. And now what they're going to do is they're going to first run the next race, which I think is race 8. They're going to run that one first, and then they're going to come back and they're going to rerun race 7. So that is the current plans. And so we're going to see those two teams back again momentarily. But now we're waiting for Proud Avenue Community Center, and I can't remember who the other team is, but that's just me. My memory is starting to go, and I can't remember some things anymore. Anyways, you know, yeah, we'll be back with you all momentarily, and yeah, and then hopefully we'll continue and get another couple of good races out of the way and see how things go. So hang tight, everybody. We shall be back shortly. Okay, and I believe that is FACC and Bishop White coming back. It is the battle of the two big white boats today, and we shall see which one comes out on top. But yes, the race 8 head-to-head is happening now, and then we will go back to redo race 7 afterwards, because that team had to, both those teams actually had to replace their batteries. So yeah, so there we go. This is Froud Avenue Community Center and Bishop White. And Bishop White was the one we saw earlier when they went up against St. Peter's Junior High. Just very slow and steady wins the race, kind of head-to-head competition there. So we'll see how these two go, because these two, again, very similar. They're both kind of very, very stable, but really beamy kind of boats. And they are not particularly super fast, but they also are just very controllable. They usually don't have problems in that area, I guess, in terms of controllability. They just do the mission that they're tasked to do. So let's see, off they go. One kind of reminds me of a European river barge, and the other one does kind of remind me more of like a Newfoundland fishing boat. Whoa! Oh, look what happens when they hit each other. Ha ha! Oh, are we doing model boats or are we doing go-karts here? Okay, so Bishop White looks like it's taking a bit of the lead, and oh, you can actually see how FACC has to deal with that extra wake and disturbance. It's a lot harder there, right? Bishop White's got the, kind of the open, clear water mostly, and they don't have to deal with that. Oh, but there was a collision over at the beginning, and that happens in head-to-head races. All right, so Bishop White's done their first lap. We're waiting for FACC to finish. Yeah, there we go. FACC's not that far behind, just right there. Yeah. Oh, they're not that far away from each other. I'll definitely say that. It's not like the, the huge differences we saw earlier in some of the other races where it was like, oh, the other team lapped the other one. This is about, about a quarter lap ahead, I think. But it looks like Bishop White is going to be able to take the win nice and steady all the way to the end. There we go. And they cross the finish line here, right there. There you go. Bishop White takes the win. But FACC is not too far behind, actually. Only a matter of another couple seconds, and they have also finished the race. Fantastic. See? Nothing wrong with that. Good job, teams. Your boats did your mission. Nice and steady. Beautiful races. So smooth. Oh, just such beautiful, smooth trips around the tank. I'd be a happy passenger on either of them, I think. Yeah, I'd be a happy passenger on either one of them. See? When you're in the real world, your boat's got to do different things, right? If I'm on a boat that basically I feel like it's going to throw me into the water, I'd probably be a little bit hesitant. But these ones, beautiful, nice, calm, steady trips around the tank. Absolutely beautiful. Waiting for the return of Southwest Arm and St. Kevin's. We'll see if they can get their boats recharged. I do think there is an interview coming up because essentially we've just had an actual completed race. So we're just waiting for the interview to team to be ready so we can interview Bishop White, I believe. Actually, no. Are we interviewing? No, sorry. My bad. We're interviewing FACC. So we're just waiting for the interview team to be ready, and we can hear the thoughts from FACC to hear what they got to say about their boat. Hang tight, please hang on momentarily, and the interview team looks like they're ready to go, so off we go. Let's hear from FACC.
Hi everyone, I'm back again with FACC, who was just defeated by Bishop White. How are you guys feeling?
Good.
It's okay if you're not. But you should be proud of yourselves.
Yeah,
right?
it was a really close game.
And you had a really good run, and you have a beautiful model, and you did your best, and that's all that matters, and you should be very, very proud of yourselves.
Yeah, it was closer than last time.
Yeah, and next year you'll know what you need to fix, and
Yeah.
you can learn from your mistakes, and
It's all about like learning from our mistakes.
Yeah.
And doing better.
Yeah.
We did better than way before. So
yes, and
next
that's
year
all
will
that
be
matters.
better.
Exactly. As long as you just keep a clear mind and everything like that. Do you have anything else to say?
We learn from our mistakes and we get better. If we lose, and we realize what it is, then next time we can make it more improvement.
That's very good. I love to hear it, and you'll do amazing next year. I'm sure of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day, guys.
You also have a good
Congratulations,
day.
and you guys did great today. You should be proud of yourselves.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're back. Just to quickly re-update all of you, we are doing race 7 again. So Southwest Arm and St. Kevin's are going to come back. They're going to do their race again. And once that's done, we're going to do races 9 and 10, which is the 2 on the winners bracket. So we can move the winning teams forward to the semifinals. And the losing team will come down. And yeah, so we'll see how that goes. So far, it has been an exciting series of races, and we've had some moments. We've had some real good moments so far, I think. And it's been a very, I think, enlightening experience. I think for anybody who's interested in like kind of taking part in this competition, I think it's given some, sort of real insights in maybe like how to win the competition for the future. Like what kind of designs might be more optimized for these kind of races, what kind of what kind of strategies potentially to think about design. What are some of the things to watch out for? I think it's been really cool to kind of see this in action, and always love it to watch. It's always really cool to watch young people come up with really cool and interesting ideas about how to tackle these problems. So we're just waiting currently now for Southwest Arm and St. Kevin's. I do believe one of the teams is already on deck, so here they are. They're already on deck here. And we're just waiting for this other team. Okay, so there we go. This is St. Kevin's. They're back with their catamaran, and Southwest is back with their monohull. Now, remember earlier, Southwest did have that kind of very slow start to their race. I wonder if it's because their batteries were just running low, and they were just running on like a tiny bit of whatever power they had left. And so their motor wasn't able to really generate the kind of power that they could have. So I do wonder if now we're going to see a change, because they've got fresh batteries in there now. Are they going to now suddenly have much better performance? We will find out momentarily. And if so, how big of a surprise would that be if suddenly their vessel, performs so much better, right? Because that was the thing. In the morning, I thought Southwest Arm actually had a decent performing boat, and every subsequent race, they've been kind of on the slow end, and I've always wondered why. I wonder if they've just been running on like a partially depleted battery the whole time, and they just never got the full power. So now that with a fresh set of batteries, let's see, because if they have more power ready to go, maybe their boats actually go faster. I don't know. Like, we could be in for a surprise here. So, I mean, here we go. Race 7 again. Southwest Arm versus St. Kevin's. And they're getting set, ready to go. And St. Kevin's is going. Southwest is I think they're kind of they're not moving, so yeah, I don't know what's going on here. St. Kevin's had a boat that was going earlier with almost no issues, and now they seem to be really struggling to get anywhere. Something is definitely turning, and they're getting a little bit of forward movement, but nothing constant. And it looks like they're gonna maybe be able to struggle their way around this course. Oh, this is bound to be disappointing for these two teams. And St. Kevin's is, I think, also kind of dead in the water now. Oh, what a disappointment for these two teams. Their boats just aren't doing what they want. No, actually, St. Kevin's looks like it's still kind of alive. Maybe. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah, Southwest's boats just did not go at all. Just didn't even go. Definitely something did not go right for these two teams. Yeah, I think both of them are gonna have to get picked out. So, yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do about this one. I don't know if I don't know what happens. They've been given a second go, and it seems like things aren't really resolved. So, I'm not sure how they're gonna adjudicate this particular race, but maybe we'll end up doing the race 9 and 10 first, and then once those two are done, we might come back and do this one again. So let me find out from the people with the relevant information, and I will figure it out. Okay, so we are currently awaiting, I think, some more adjudication with regards to how they're going to figure this one out. I think from last what I heard, both teams are now being DQ'd because their boats just have not functioned. And instead what's going to happen is that the original loser from race 9, which would have gone down to the losers round 3, I think they're going to go straight to losers round 4, I think is how that's going to go. And I think that is how they're going to figure this out. So real bummer there for Southwest Arm and St. Kevin's with the boat just not doing what they wanted. So, you know, we are going to now, I believe we're now moving on to race 9, which is going to be Ascension and Mount Pearl Senior High. We're going to see how their race goes up. And then it'll be Clarenville and Roncalli, and they're going to do their race, and then depending on the winners and whatever and losers, the brackets are going to be sort of redone. But yeah, really unfortunate for Southwest Arm and St. Kevin's High. They just their boats just did not want to do the things I think that they wanted it to. You know, especially I think because both boats have demonstrated that they are able to complete the course, that I think it's going to be a little bit more disappointing that it didn't for this particular head-to-head race. Okay, so that's it. That's all we've got in terms of that last race. So just waiting for the next one to get on deck and get ready. So we will be back with you all momentarily. All right, so I believe the teams are starting to come back on deck now. And then actually there is a bit of a hold up momentarily. I do believe that there is another interview happening. Unfortunately, that is not for our feed and stream. So that is currently happening, but we are just waiting for the other two teams to arrive. One of them is already here. So once they are on board, I think we will be able to start getting this race underway. This is Ascension Collegiate, Mount Pearl Senior High. I do remember these two as having, I think, somewhat, I think if I remember correctly, similar designs, or it could just be me. Like, my memory is so shot these days. My gosh, how do you know you're starting to how do you know that age is starting to run by you, right? You start to not remember stuff. But yeah, we're just waiting for these two teams to get their boats in the water. Yeah, the one is the, oh no, I remember, the other one was the monohull that semi-planed. There we go. Wow. Come on, brain, do your thing. All right, so yeah, so we've got that really speedy trimaran now getting to the water, and we have that semi-planing monohull. Both of these did pretty well in their races. I think the monohull did really well in terms of controllability, but the trimaran was just really fast. So we'll have to see how this race is going to go, because I think both of these vessels have very competitive elements with each other. Oh, look at that. One is just really fast out of the gate, but the other one, does it have an edge on the maneuverability? Yes, it does. Look at that. Just it's such a clean corner where the trimaran really does struggle a little bit sometimes, right? See, look at this. Look at the clean race line. Look at that. Beautiful. Just gorgeous, right? Good speed, good overall controllability, and that sometimes really can win you the race. It's not just outright having the best speed. And it does look like it is going to be a wonderful, clean win. Oh, such smooth performance. And the Trimaran really wasn't so far behind either. It finished the race just a little bit behind. But that extra little bit of controllability made all the difference, right? Because one really took a kind of hard corners. It wasn't just able to kind of sort of slide, I guess, if you want to call it that way. If you want to describe that, would kind of slide into every corner and then come out. And the other one, you know, just beautiful, very smooth curves, very smooth corners, just going through every turn like it's nobody's business. A wonderful performance there. Yeah, very well. That was a very competitive race. Yeah, so Ascension now is moving on to the next race. Mount Pearl is going to go down, and they're going to move straight into the losers round 4. Next up, we'll have to wait for Clarenville and Roncalli, but I think first up, we are going to be hearing from the winning team in an interview just to hear their thoughts on that last race. But that last race was very, very nice and competitive. Like, that was a very competitive race. Teams are not too far apart, but that little bit, sometimes it is that's all it takes, that little bit of an edge. You know, how smoothly one team can take the corner and maintain speed, and the other one had to basically stop, turn, and then, you know, kind of go in a straight line. So sometimes it is a matter of only a little tiny bit. Teeny tiny little bit, right? Little things. Sometimes it's just the little things. All right, so we have an interview coming up right now with Ascension. They are at the interview station right now. So we're going to be heading over there and to hear their thoughts on their last race. So hang tight for the interview team.
Hi everyone, I'm back here again with Ascension Collegian, and they just took on their second win of the day. How are you guys feeling?
Great.
You're feeling
I think
good?
we might win.
You said last time that you were going home with a win, and you still feel that way?
Hopefully.
Even better.
after seeing Clarenville's boat, though, they're pretty fast.
Confidence is key.
Yes.
You guys got this. Everyone's got this. You'll be great.
Yes. Well, yeah, that's probably another thing too.
Do you guys have anything else to add?
I think we won our race because of our turning. They
Yeah.
control their boat.
They had a bit of more struggling with their boat
You had
control.
more control?
Yeah.
Because we won this race, I think we're going home with a win.
Yeah, okay. Confidence. Keep it up. All right. Well, I hope to see you guys again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your second win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are awaiting the next two teams. We're awaiting Clarenville and Roncalli. And there is, well, I mean, Clarenville, we know they have that really, really, really fast 3D printed catamaran, the one that hit the side earlier and broke apart. And Roncalli's got the red trimaran. Not the fastest one we've seen today for sure, but pretty kind of like, you know, steady and constant and able to kind of complete the course at a very steady pace. So we'll have to see how those two fare in a race. I mean, if Clarenville hits the side and breaks apart again, Roncalli can surprise you just by coming in and taking that race on pure, hey, we're still here and afloat. Ultimately, that is kind of the big. Ultimately, that's kind of a big component of a boat. You've got to be afloat in order to complete whatever you need to do. So, yeah, let's see how those two stack up. Clarenville's boat, I think, in terms of just outright raw performance, has been very much seemingly ahead of the pack in terms of just raw speed. But, you know, I mean, especially with the last race with Ascension, I mean, you can see the benefit of controllability, being able to take curves and turns in very smooth, lines without any issues. That, like, sometimes speed might not just be enough, right? Because you hit the side and things can go really badly really quick. But I do see Clarenville now bringing their boat back up. I do hope that things are fixed for them, and that it was not a complicated repair. So we shall see. I wonder if they were able to. I wonder if it was just a bit of duct tape, just kind of tape it back up. If so, I don't know the wonders of duct tape, the magic material. There it is. There is Clarenville's cat. They brought it up, and also like you have to kind of keep in mind too that like certain teams have had quite a bit more experience in competitions. I think Clarenville is sort of is a pretty constant team. We see them, I think, almost every year. Some teams are new, and that also explains why for some teams the first attempt is a bit more rough around the edges, and it takes a lot more of like redesign work to make it better. Some teams who've been here multiple years are essentially iterating on past designs as well, right? So always kind of think about that if you want to kind of get a sense or an idea of this kind of thing. And speaking of iterative design, that is another major aspect of what naval architects do, right? Like your first, attempt at a ship will never be perfect. There will be tons of issues that you need to resolve on the second and third and fourth iteration. And so it is a very iterative process until you get to something that is actually very good, very sophisticated, in terms of design. Okay, so we are waiting for Clarenville and Roncalli's boats to get put into the water, and then we shall see. Clarenville's had the outright, looks like, or at least on the surface, seems like they've had the fastest boat today. Something just ridiculously fast, but last race they paid for it with loss of control essentially after they hit the side. So we'll have to see how this race goes, but don't fully count Roncalli out. I know their boat hasn't been as outright fast, but sometimes it's like slow and steady wins you the race. So here we go. Both boats are now in the water. They're being lined up properly in their starting positions, and here we go. And yeah, Clarenville, as expected, just zooms out of the gate. Oh, you can see the driver is being that much more careful now on that straightaway. They're making up a lot of time on the straights for sure, but you can see they're being a lot more careful now when they get to the turns, because they're worried that if they hit something, they're going to break their boat again. Right? See how careful the driver is being, but because they know they have the edge on the straights. Look at that. Wow, what a beautiful run. Wow, gotta give it to Clarenville's boat. That is very fast. Roncalli's boat is coming around, and they are just on lap 1 here, I think. So they are not the winners of the race, but it is okay. What is more important is to come back next year with better. I think that is always the thing. Today, have fun, enjoy yourselves, see how your design decisions made an impact on your performance, and think about how you can make it better. Come back next year and try to take the championship, right? But so far in today, I'd say right now, I think if there are any potential favorites, I think a lot of people are looking at Ascension and Clarenville. Oh, but guess what? Only one of those will be the winner today, because they will eventually have, they will eventually have to face off in the grand finals, I think is how I'm understanding it. Yeah, so I guess Clarenville is, they're the ones who are probably going to move on here into the
Hi everyone, we're back again with Clarenville. They just defeated Roncalli after a rough start in the St. Kevin's race, which they still won. How are you guys feeling about that one? Are you feeling better about your first race?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
we're feeling pretty good. We got it fixed.
Yeah.
Went pretty good. You're the driver. You probably would.
The race went well. That's all I got.
Yeah. Do you have anything? Not really. No, you're good. Do you feel confident for your next race?
As long as I can avoid violently running into the wall, we'll be golden.
Yeah.
We'll be great if you're.
Well, you know what to do now.
Just don't hit walls.
Yeah, so that's fine.
It's fine.
That's all you need. So, if anything else you'd like to say? Good, you think? Yeah? Well, good luck. And I hope to see you again. And congratulations on your second race win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And my apologies for that last one. The microphone that I had actually ran out of batteries, so there's another battery fault. But yeah, so currently we've got Roncalli versus Bishop White, and as you can see, both of these were kind of neither of them were super fast. They're all kind of the slow and steady wins you the race kind of boat designs, and they seem to be doing exactly that, slow and steady. Definitely, I think you can kind of see that Bishop White's boat has sort of better propeller immersion, where Roncalli's, I think, propeller is just not getting that level of submersion. So it's losing that propulsive efficiency that they should have kind of had, I think, had they been fully immersed. And it's just making that difference, right? Because Bishop White, you think about it, it's a bigger boat, more area under, like being exposed to the water. So how come it's actually a little bit faster? And I think it's because of that little tiny detail there. But otherwise, yeah, Bishop White is I think going to win this, but not by a huge margin, right? This is there we go, crossing the finish line right there. Bishop White first, and Roncalli coming up next. So the winner of this race is now going to get moved into the next losers bracket. And they're gonna go do that first, and then once that is done, then if we can get the big bracket up, I'll kind of run you through kind of what's gonna happen. Is that we're gonna do another losers bracket run first, and that is gonna go to the final of the losers bracket, which I think is round 5, and then the winners are gonna go again. That's the winners semifinals. That's Clarenville Ascension. They're gonna race. Whoever loses that goes down. They're gonna duke it out in losers round 5, and then finally make it back up to the finals. So can there be a surprise in store for us today? I still think it's possible. I would never discount it. You know, in previous races that Clarenville's done, they've had that raw speed advantage, so they've had the edge there where they were able to take their corners very carefully and try to make up time on the straights. But if they're up against another boat that does all the corners really, really well and can still maintain a reasonably good speed, you know, if there's a bit of a rush on the pilots to try to catch up, then who knows, right? Who knows? I believe there should still be an interview coming up right now, I think. When the interview team actually has an interview, I will let you know. And I'll transfer you right over. But for now, we are waiting for something to happen, and then we will move on to Bishop White versus Mount Pearl Senior High. So, you know, we're kind of just waiting on stuff. And hey, why not? Let's do another thank you to our sponsors. That is the Government of Canada, Newfoundland Labrador, Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, Equinor, Fleetway, Fabtech Industries, and Genoa. And still, I believe, waiting on that interview, if it is at all happening. It is possible that because there's another race happening with like the same team that just won the race, that maybe they are going to skip it. Yeah, it's okay. But, you know, hopefully, like, over the course of this entire broadcast so far, you've all picked up something interesting about boats today and how, you know, the boat designs can impact all different kinds of things. And hopefully I've given you all some more context too. So it's not just, wow, this is the fastest boat and therefore it must be the best. That in real life, there's so much other, you know, bits and pieces and components that actually make up what makes a good boat, what makes a successful boat, you know. And I think that is very interesting to understand, that it's never just, oh, the fastest boat is the best boat, that there's actually lots of other things to think about. And I do believe the interview is actually, yes, Roncalli is actually going to be up on the interview. So we're going to hear from Roncalli in a second here. So off to the interview team we go.
Hi everyone, I'm back again here with Roncalli after Bishop White defeated them. How are you guys feeling?
I'm not taking it really to anything.
No, you had a really good run.
Yeah.
And you tried really hard to keep it going, and you guys tried your absolute best, and that's the main thing.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to come back again next year,
We will, yeah.
you'll know what you need to do
We learned
differently.
from what we did wrong, yeah.
Exactly, right? So
I feel like the last two races was when we noticed the major design flaws.
Mhm.
So, like, we didn't really account for stuff like the boat in front of us blowing a bunch of water and kind of turning us off.
stuff you wouldn't really think about, I guess,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So now you know.
Yeah.
Now you can take it and learn from it and take notes and
Yeah.
do better. And
Pass it on to the grade 11.
Exactly, right? All right. Well, if that's all you have for me, then thank you. And you guys did a great job. You should be very, very proud of yourselves.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, our next team is on deck, but we are, of course, waiting for Bishop White to return. But Mount Pearl Senior High is up on deck right now. Oh, here comes Bishop White. Okay, we'll see how these two teams do. So Mount Pearl, they've got that very, very fast trimaran design that they have, but it seemed a little harder to control earlier. You know, they had that controllability challenge, especially in the turns. Whereas now we're talking, oh, this might actually be that race of the day, you know, controllability and, you know, kind of, you know, easygoing, easy to control boat versus one that's a bit faster, but a little bit more janky on the controllability side. So we'll see how these two will perform against each other. And do we have that storyline of the day, you know, the true tortoise and the hare kind of story going on? So wait and see. Here we go. Yep, so right out of the gate, yep, Mount Pearl Senior High's boat is a little bit faster. able to get down to the end of the track a little bit faster. There we go. Yep, definitely winning on speed, right? Like, definitely got that speed advantage. But the controllability, do they have that all the way through? Okay, good corner there. Very good, very smooth. Oh, looks like the pilot is learning how to control their boat a little bit better there. Oh, we saw the little wobble there. Yeah. Well, Bishop White is making their way around, but you know, she is fishing boat sized and fishing boat shaped, and fishing boats are maybe not the world's fastest vessels, but they do the job, right? They do the job. They do a very important job, for sure, but maybe not the fastest vessel in existence. But very steady, very consistent. In fact, I think throughout the whole day, I've never seen the Bishop White boat have any actual like issues in terms of, you know, it's been able to do the same, you know, thing like the whole day, almost with no problems whatsoever. So again, kind of an indication of what do you want your mission to be, right? Now now I'm going to get into a little like sideways thing too, right? Again, if you have boats that are designed for that sort of very stable, very constant, you know, performance, not a lot of exotic shapes and whatnot, you know, something that's designed with like kind of safety in mind, and in the grand scheme of things can be very important on the high seas, right? You know, don't want to get out there and every little thing that causes you trouble, you end up calling for search and rescue, which that wouldn't be fun. But yeah, like unfortunately for Bishop White, that I think is the end of their day. Mount Pearl Senior High with their little trimaran, they move on, and I believe they're going to face off against either Ascension or Clarenville. There is an interview coming up with one of the teams that just raced. Might actually be Bishop White this time, because I'm not sure we heard them speak for a while, but I'll see. I'm not sure who they have scheduled, but they will bring the interview to you all when the interview is ready. So please hold while we figure that bit out. But I think Clarenville Ascension, I think, is going to be very interesting, because outright in terms of raw speed, I think Clarenville's got an edge there, but I think their pilot is also going to be a little bit more aware of the you know, what happens if they accidentally hit the side, and if they can't take corners as cleanly, is that the advantage for Ascension? We shall find out. Stay tuned. We'll find out the answer soon. Alrighty. Are we doing the interview? I have not a clue. We're just waiting for... Sometimes it is an exercise in patience. You've got to just be... You gotta wait. You gotta wait to see what's going on. And, yeah, we'll be back with you all momentarily when the interview is ready.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Bishop White after they were just defeated by Mount Pearl Senior High. They started out pretty rough, but they almost made it all the way to the finals. So despite their defeat, that is a pretty big deal. How do you feel about that?
Not bad. We know what we got to change for next year, and
the next year I think is going to be a lot better. We
Yeah.
got some ideas already planned, so
Yeah.
next year is definitely going to be better.
You can learn from your mistakes and. Anything else?
No.
No? If that's all you have to say, you don't have to stick around with me. It's no
That's
big
right.
deal. I won't take it personal. If you're not very talkative, that's okay. Thank you so much for your time and
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's the interview. We are now awaiting Clarenville and Ascension to be on deck and to get their race underway. We are slowly but surely approaching the finale of today's competition, and hopefully it will be an exciting one, or a surprising one. One never knows, right? Like, you know, I think in all the years I've, you know, been to Model Boat and, you know, commented and casted it, I honestly have never seen a boat actually hit the side and disintegrate. I think that's a new one. I've seen other things happen. I've seen a boat basically sink. I mean, that's happened before, but you know, that's actually been a rare one. I haven't really seen that. So potentially anything can happen. You know, who knows? But I gotta say that, like, there's a couple of very, very, very strong boats today. Just really solid design and, you know, and everything. And so, you know, we gotta wait and see. But there are definitely some favorites, I think, out there today. But the next race, I think the next race here is going to be a very competitive affair. And it might just come down to the actual pilot. It really could come down to that. Like, it might just be down to who can take the bigger risk, go through turns faster, and yeah, you know, might not just be a raw speed performance thing, could just be something else. We shall wait and we shall see. I think there's some interesting competitions that's about to go down here. We're still waiting for the two teams to get on deck. I think they're still in the process of preparing, so when they're on deck and they're ready to go, we will be back with further commentary. So until then, sit tight, and we'll be back momentarily.
DJ Masukamba.
Okay, and our next race is about to get started here. Clarenville and Ascension starting to get on deck and get their boats ready. So first up, I do believe this is Clarenville's boat. And funny enough, earlier on I was saying, I wonder how they fixed it. They just duct tape it. Yeah, that's been confirmed. I saw duct tape on their boat, so that's how they've managed to fix it. Don't you just love duct tape? It's like the universal thing to fix like all of life's problems. Yeah, it is one of those materials. Such a nice thing to have. But I think they have duct taped their boat. At least that's what it looked like to me. You know, and it seems to have held up wonderfully well during their last race. So I have to see. Let's have to see how it goes in another head-to-head competition. Okay, there was a big round of applause there, but I have no idea what that was about. We're just waiting Ascension to bring their boat and so get that all set up. But I think they are starting to arrive now. Yes, I see another boat coming. So there is, I believe that is Ascension right there. They've got their boat. So Clarenville's going to get their boat in. Ascension's going to get their boat in. So this is the battle of the catamaran and the monohull. Yeah, this is going to be very, very, very interesting. I think it is fair to say that I think out of all the boats today, Clarenville has, I think, had outright superiority when it comes to raw speed, but I do think that Ascension's had the edge when it comes to just clean maneuverability. We'll definitely see how this is going to go. Boats are getting lined up right now, and whoa, there goes Clarenville's boat right out of the gate, really, really, really quick. Oh, what happened to Ascension? Are they? Oh, they're right there. They're right behind. Okay. All right, Clarenville's got the edge on the straight lines. Just got to be careful on the turns. They're up a lap right now, I think. Oh, wow. Yep. Ascension is trying their best to close this distance. They're not as far back as you all think. I know the camera's kind of made it a bit tricky, but there it is. Clarenville takes the raw speed win. And there is Ascension. Now you will see this. This is what I was talking about earlier. Have you noticed that, like, as you watch Ascension's boat, as they were behind Clarenville, that you noticed their boat was doing a lot more hops. Like, there was a lot more bump, 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 because they kept hitting the waves that were being made by Clarenville's boat. So then that disrupts Ascension's ability to have that clean performance that they wanted. So perhaps in the future, it is a question of raw speed being the winning edge for model boat. But will we see this interesting convergence of design? That is an interesting question. And, you know, maybe as the years go by, that is what we're going to start to see. We're going to see more teams start deploying a flat-bottomed catamaran style type of racing boat. Actually, there is those really high-speed racing boats that have that sort of design, and maybe that's where you start to see that convergence as more and more people start opting for that style of design. Or will we have another surprise? You know, because every year someone else brings something that is a real surprise. You know, and well, we will have to see. But today it just really looks like Clarenville's got the outright speed advantage, and it is just wow. Their boats just take right off, and then just by doing so they kind of disrupt everybody else behind them. I wonder if that's part of their strategy too. Just initially go super fast, create giant waves behind them, create a lot of disruption, make it difficult for everybody else, and then only after that is all done, then start to slow down and you know, and be more careful around corners, you know, and not needing to go at maximum speed. But Ascension now is in the losers round 5. They're going to be facing up against Mount Pearl Senior High, and we'll have to see how that competition goes, because that is the trimaran versus this monohull. And once that competition's out of the way, whoever wins that round will move back up to a finale or finals. So I think we do we see a repeat of the semifinals? I don't know. You know, and if we see a repeat of the semifinals, does overconfidence play a role? We shall see. The day is not out yet. Oh, okay. Wow, the next two teams are actually going right ahead and at it right now. So Ascension and Mount Pearl Senior High are going to get in the water immediately and get lined up for their losers round 5 run. And so we'll see how this, you know, is done. Okay, and here we go. They're lined up. I think they're all good to go. And waiting for the go here. Okay, Ascension and Mount Pearl Senior High. Here we go. Ah, now they're getting announcements. All right. Okay. Waiting. Oh, here we go. Okay, lined up. Ready to go. And there they go. Oh, Mount Pearl Senior High. Look at that. They're going. And they're very much currently in the lead. Oh, what happened? Oh no, Ascension's boat has ceased to function. I told you, surprises aplenty. Surprises aplenty. Wow, okay, yeah, Ascension's boat seems out of commission, and so Mount Pearl Senior High looks like they're going to take it. Yeah, right there. They've taken it. So we're going to have a Clarenville and Mount Pearl Senior High showdown for the finals. It is possible, my guess is that Ascension's boat took on some water, and that was it for them. You know, once the water got in, something got disrupted, and it just stopped working. Now we're down to a trimaran versus a catamaran competition. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one. This is gonna be interesting. I think from what we've seen up until this point, I think Clarenville's definitely got a bit of an edge here. But again, who knows? One never knows. Once somebody hits the side of the edge and the other one just can get around a nice steady pace and finish the race, they might still have a chance. Don't you love statistical probability? It's amazing, right? Because nothing is ever zero, you know? I do believe we will have an interview coming up momentarily. As for which team, your guess is pretty much as good as mine. I know. Sometimes being a commentator, you don't know what's going on. It's a little challenging, but you just kind of got to roll with it. Go like the river and just go with whatever. I'm not really sure. I think we're going to see one of the teams soon. Hang tight, everybody. There is an interview coming. And once I know, I know. And yes, so it will be Ascension Collegiate on the interview side, so hang tight momentarily for Ascension Collegiate and the interview asking them potentially what happened.
Hi everybody, I'm here with Ascension Collegiate. They were just defeated by Mount Pearl Senior High and are now eliminated. How are you guys feeling?
Could be better.
Yeah.
Not that good. We thought we were gonna win. All I hope is that Mount Pearl has the luck they need to get past Clarenville.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is there anything you can take away from this experience? You guys did really, really well, and you should be very, very proud of yourselves. You were very impressive today. Do you have anything you're going to do differently next year?
Who knows?
That you took away from today?
Probably take time in between races.
Yeah.
Yeah, the back-to-back thing was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We could have definitely used that time more wisely, but
that's okay. You live and learn, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations on your Wednesday and your hard work and everything, and I hope to see you again.
Hopefully.
And I wish you guys luck in the future. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And there we go. Sorry. And I am back for the probably the last little bit of today's broadcast. There is one more race coming up. It's going to be Clarenville in their with their catamaran versus Mount Pearl Senior High with their trimaran. And who will come out the ultimate winner? We shall find out momentarily. But we are really coming up towards the end of the day. And, it has been a long day, so, you know, it is probably a good thing that it is starting to get to the last race. Yeah, we shall see how this last one goes. I still think, well, the odds currently, I think, do favor Clarenville. I do think it favors them. I also think that there is, shall we say, probability of victory still for the, for Mount Pearl. And a lot of it has to do with just who does what correctly when, right? I mean, everything go really well, but we saw earlier, if you hit the side and you break your boat, things can go out of control really quick, right? So there's never a certainty in model boat. There's always a probability that somewhere along the line we get surprised, and it comes out as being something. The result is a little bit different than what we expected. I think, for example, when we saw Ascension's earlier performance against Clarenville, we were thinking that it's possible that they would see each other again in the final. And then what happened is that Ascension went down, went up against Mount Pearl Senior High, and right from the get-go, their boat ceased to work. And all it took for the other team is to just take their time and get around the track, and they are the winners. So in model boat, anything can happen as long as the odds are in your favor. I promise this is not the Hunger Games. All right, we are just now waiting for the teams to get back up and to get themselves back onto the deck, get their boats back in the water. So until then, let's hang tight, and we'll be back with you momentarily. All right, it looks like the final race is about to commence shortly. I believe I've seen both teams now, sort of moving to the platform. So I believe the final one will be commencing shortly. So hang tight, everybody. It's about to start. All right, there we go. Now we see the teams, and they are on the deck. This is Clarenville against Mount Pearl Senior High. And so first boat in the water is going to be Mount Pearl Senior High's trimaran, and then it's going to be Clarenville's catamaran. So this race is going to be an interesting one, I think. Okay, let's see how it goes. Oh, okay, we're waiting for some final introductions and whatnot. I expect a very fast exit out of the gate from Clarenville. The boat has been doing that most of the day today. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, don't hit the side. There we go. Good. But yeah, and you see what I mean? Mount Pearl Senior High just right behind them because Clarenville slows down a lot more during the turns. Oh, but now they've picked up the pace a little bit here. I see the duct tape. Mount Pearl Senior High not too far behind, but definitely I think at a bit of a disadvantage because of the wake. There you go. Clarenville takes the win at the finish line there. And Mount Pearl Senior High crossing the finish line right there. So a little bit behind. Yeah, and still they did the race. They finished it in reasonably good time. Have to give it up to Clarenville this year. Like, they've built a phenomenal boat. I think there's lots to learn from each design and lots of lessons to take for next year, next year's competition. But that actually brings us to the end of the racing component at the 12th annual model boat competition. There is a closing ceremony happening soon, but other than that, I as the caster and commentator for the races, I've gotten to the end of my day, so I will be signing myself off. However, there is an interview coming up momentarily, so do stay tuned for that to hear from the winning team, Clarenville, talk about their boat. But other than that, I hope you enjoyed the races this year. And this is your discombobulated voice on the internet signing off for the day. Stay tuned for the interview, and take care. Have a safe trip on home once this is all wrapped up, and hope you enjoyed it. All right, take care. Have a good one. I'm signing off.
All right, everyone, I'm back again with our winners. This is Clarenville. How do you guys feel?
Awesome.
You feel really
Wonderful.
good?
Yeah, it's been very
And I
well.
was just informed that these guys have been together since the 6th grade, which is really cool. So have you ever won anything like this together before?
Yeah, we've been on a team, been on a robotics team now. We did this one for the last 2 years, and then we did it in grade 6, and we've been doing ROV for a few years, and we've been doing the new FTC one they just started up.
Very cool. And this is your last year, correct?
Yep.
How do you feel? Are you sad? Are you happy you went out with a win? Is it like bittersweet?
It's sad to leave, but
Yeah,
we're happy.
but you're happy with
right.
it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, congratulations, and you guys have done great things since grade 6, so you should be very, very...
We came like, we're talking about earlier, we came like 5th or 6th, we couldn't really
Yeah,
remember.
but now...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Better,
so
better, hey.
There you
Sure.
go.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much.
And thank you and congratulations. And I would say I hope to see you again, but I probably won't because you guys are graduating. So congratulations on getting your diplomas too. Thank you guys. You should be very proud of yourselves. I'm back again quicker than usual now. I'm here with Mount Pearl Senior High, our second place winners. How do you guys feel about your second place win?
Pretty good.
Awesome. Amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, you should feel good. That's a great answer.
A lot better than getting last year.
Yeah. Well, that's a big jump, right? Yeah. So you guys should be very proud of yourselves. You should come back next year. You should try. Well, are you guys in grade 12?
I'm in grade 12. No one else is.
Okay, so maybe he can still help you in grade 12. You have good. Yeah. And you can come back and you can try again and learn from your mistakes. But you guys had a very fast boat. That's all the buzz that's going around. Your guys' boat was very, very fast.
I think the only boats speedier were Ascension and Clarenville, and Ascension sort of died out. So really, Clarenville was our only competition.
Yeah. You guys should be very proud of yourselves. And unless you have anything else to add, I'll wrap it up there. You guys are good?
Yeah.
You guys should be very proud of yourselves. Congratulations on your second place win. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah? Yeah. All right. My goodness, what a day, what a day, what a day, right? I mean, all the hard work pays off. Absolutely. So, yeah, I want to congrats all the teams. Again, my name is Winston, chair of the Naval Architecture program. I also teach in it. So if one of you guys signs up for the program, or many of you, hopefully, you'll end up with me as an instructor. How's that? All right. Thank you, Allie. I appreciate that. One person clapping. Yes, yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, let's get you guys on the road as soon as possible. Here we go. All the teams. We have Ascension, Clarenville, Mount Pearl, St. Kevin's, St. Peter's, Southwest Arm Academy, Roncalli, Froud Avenue, and Bishop White. And Froud Avenue, first year? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, excellent. And Bishop White, also first year. Yeah. Good job, guys. How was the first year experience? Yeah, good? Thumbs up? Can we get a thumbs up? Yeah? Oh, here we are. Oh, we're here. Okay, awesome, yeah. So Clarenville can tell you that consistency is the key. So keep coming back, right? Keep coming back. Make sure you keep racing, yeah? Gets better and better all the time. All right. Well, guys, well done. Well done. All the work that you guys put into this thing obviously paid off. You know, there's lots of thought that goes into this. I went around and had a look at the posters and had a look at the different boats that you guys are racing, and I could, you know, it's obvious how much work that's gone into this thing. So thank you to the students who are participating. Thank you so much to the mentors who are participating and the teachers and to all the instructors and all the gang. Guys, seriously, thank you very much. Like, great, great, great job. Absolutely. So this is my bit is where I thank everybody, in case you haven't figured that out, yeah? Also, the organizing committee, led here by Allie and the rest of the gang. Guys, we couldn't do it without you. Chris, Sam, everybody, Paula. I mean, it means a lot. There's a lot of things that are going on all the time here at the Marine Institute. We have MATE, ROV, and Model Boat, and these guys are just, you know, tireless, go, 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 and we really, really, really appreciate it. So thank you so much. All right, so it was a competition, but it was a fun competition, wasn't it? I mean, it wasn't about kind of, you know, we're gonna get you, but it was fun, right? I mean, it's nice to see the work that went in, and then the maneuverability and all that, and it wasn't so much about beating your buddies as it was. I mean, I saw lots of fist bumping going on up there on the dock, right? I mean, there was lots of camaraderie too, even between the teams, which I think is super great, super healthy. That's really good. Well, I'd like to introduce you to my boss. Captain Chris Drodge is the head of the School of Maritime Studies, and he is going to come and greet you. And I'm going to read my notes. Bring greetings on behalf of the Model Boat Race Committee. Chris Drodge.
Thank you, Winston. Thank you, everyone. I'm not going to go through all the names again, but a very considerable amount of thanks need to be given to the organizing committee. This is not an easy task to put off. We do a few competitions here at the Marine Institute to engage with youth like yourselves at the high school level, and this is one of our proudest competitions that we do. Want to reach out again and thanks to all the volunteers that do participate within your own schools, and the mentors, coaches, parents, guardians, your friends, family that help put this together. And if this is your first year attending, you know, now is the time to start encouraging your friends to, you know, help pick up the torch and come back next year. So you've seen our school, you've seen our institute, you've seen our campus of Memorial University over today. We strongly encourage you to ask questions, and I hope you did over the last few hours, of what we can offer you as a future student, or what you know, what a profession in the maritime industry looks like, particularly in our design programs, our marine mechanical design and our naval architecture design, which we had some displays in the back with some of our instructors and in the classroom. and of course the design piece, which you did over the last few months, which is incredible. So recruitment is live. Applications are open. So please, the shameless plug for the Marine Institute, but obviously it's something that we're extremely very proud of, and we want to make it accessible as possible to all of Newfoundland, not just the Avalon Peninsula. Our sponsors, you see them up here on the screen. This event cannot be held without the tremendous and continual support of many of these sponsors. The government of the Newfoundland Labrador, certainly on top of that list, year in, year out, is a proud supporter of this program and this competition. ACOA, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, Fabtech Industries, Fleetway, Equinor, and Genoa Design. A lot of these companies are sponsors because they employ alumni or are led by alumni. All these companies were created by alumni of the Marine Institute and are very successful, and some of them, if not most of them, have participated in this competition as a student. And they come back and they volunteer as judges, as timekeepers, etc. So again, a round of applause for our sponsors. Also, a thanks to Levitate Learning. You would have seen, some of you may have been in Hampton Hall to watch the live streaming that was made available by Levitate Learning, so really thankful for them as well. That's really all I have to say. I will always say, though, when it comes to engagement of community, particularly outside the St. John's area, that we are always open to discuss opportunity, and we can come to community, and we can talk, and we can listen, and if you have any questions whatsoever, anytime, you have our emails, you can talk to recruitment, you can talk to alumni and get in touch with someone. We're here to help you succeed, okay? So thank you very much, and I'll pass it back over to Winston for the starting of the awards. Thank you.
All right, now to the good stuff. We have some awards to give out. I have notes. All right. Where'd Allie go? She's my co-award giver. Where is Jeff? There he is. Okay, good. Everything is good. All right. Starting with award number 1, Best Poster and Design Booklet. 4 judges deliberated on this and came up with the following recommendation as the winner. Clarenville. All right, excellent. Yeah, come on up, guys. Whole gang, all right, excellent. So, aesthetics is something that we actually try to teach here because, ships can be good looking, right? Right? Yeah, ships can be beautiful. Absolutely. So the next award is the most aesthetically pleasing boat. Again, 4 judges deliberated. They judged boats on their visual appeal, craftsmanship, and detail, as well as theme and cohesion. I know you're all wondering. Inside, you're thinking, okay, I think it was this boat, or it was that boat, right? But I can tell you, it was Ron Colley. Good job, guys. Come on up. All right. So shipbuilding is going crazy here in this country, and what we're trying to do is, I always tell my students, I say, hey, look, you guys are the future of ship design and shipbuilding, and you have to think about innovation, right? Innovation is something that's going to carry shipbuilding forward in the decades to come. So we're really encouraged when we see some of these, model boats come in with some really neat ideas that they've incorporated into the design. So again, I guess we're 4 judges on everything. Do I have to keep saying that over and over? Yeah, 4 judges. Okay. Okay, yeah, 4 judges. Okay. Judged on originality and ingenuity, problem solving and functionality, use of materials and integration of technology / mechanics. Southwest Arm. Yeah, way to go. All right. Who's coming up? There we go. Oh, okay, yeah, all good. Come on up, that's good, yeah. Well, I guess this next award is all about who was the loudest? Is that, would we say that? It's the best team spirit. This is the best team spirit award. All right, so various judges this time and volunteers observed this throughout the day. They looked at these following criteria: cohesive team identity, demonstrating a strong sense of pride in the team, collaborating naturally and supporting one another, positive engagement with the event, also very good, integration of skills and knowledge, sharing of learning. Oh yeah, I can see all that. Good stuff. This is good. This is good stuff. Yeah. Ron Colley. So the all hands on deck is that a new one? So this is the first year for this award. We have a new award that we're going to give out, and it's the All Hands on Deck Award. So again, it was about us observing throughout the day, and we were looking for teamwork, encouragement, motivating each other, right? Uplifting each other during the maybe some of the tougher challenges. Yeah, willing to assist peers and share knowledge and tools and whatever, as much as possible, right? I guess they're just nice guys. Ron Colley. Good job, guys. I will say that it is actually this much fun to be a student here at the Marine Institute, for those of you who are interested. Like, we have a ball, and that's the truth. Yeah. All right, this next award is given out by an actual skipper. And as I am not an actual skipper, I am a ship designer, we have to have a skipper actually come up. So Captain Chris Raj, can you please come up and award the Super Skipper Award?
So traditionally this is given out by Captain John Ennis, who's one of our senior instructors here within the School of Maritime Studies and Nautical Science. He was an instructor of mine when I went through almost 25 years ago. But, being a captain is just not being someone who can steer the ship, the best or through the most restricted waterways. It's also about, teamwork, collaboration, listening, learning, and identifying, what needs to be done, effectively, safely, and to the success that's needed. So from a captain's perspective, from Proud Avenue Community Center, Hanan demonstrated an excellent combination of speed and control. Not the fastest boat, but she carefully maneuvered the boat with input and encouragement from her pilot. That would be Navia. As is common on the bridge, the skipper will take advice from the pilot, but ultimately makes any necessary decisions to keep the ship safe and run it as effectively and efficiently as possible. Teamwork is extremely important on the ship's bridge, and a super skipper always considers input from their bridge team. So, Hanan, if you could come up.
She is now the super skipper for 2025. All right. All righty. Next award. Engineering Excellence. Right? This is a new one. Lots of new awards. This award is brought to you by our engineering mentors who thought that a review of all components of the competition would be an ideal way to measure engineering excellence, whether you choose marine, mechanical, or mechatronics. It's funny that those three were here. That correlates with these three engineers in training right there. Yeah, exactly. Whether you choose yes, having traits encompassing positive team spirit, innovation, and dedication to team spirit and knowledge transfer, you will be successful. Guys, thanks so much for helping out. Like, seriously, you guys did a really great job. It means a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you guys were deliberating and came up with the winner for this award, yeah? Yeah. Oh. Wow, of course, you're engineers, so of course you used a spreadsheet. Yes. Surprised there's not a database in there somewhere too, you know? Clarenville. Alrighty. So when we're designing a ship, there's a few things that we kind of have to keep in mind as we're going through the whole iterative optimization process. And of course, one of the things is that ships must be maneuverable. Yeah, so the next award is based on how maneuverable, how easy it is for a ship to kind of turn, how quickly it can turn, how big the turning circle is, and right, all that sort of stuff. So that award is based on this. So 4 judges again, judged on the following criteria: smooth turns, bumping into obstacles, or not bumping into obstacles really is the key. Yeah. And then with the best race time. Clarenville. So I'd like to actually make a couple of comments on the Clarenville team if I could, if that's okay. And you guys feel free to correct me too. That's totally okay. Yeah, yeah. So this is your 4th time competing. Am I right? Yeah. And is it? Am I right? This is for some of you or all of you the last time that you're going because you're moving on to university and stuff. Yeah. No tears. No tears. Yeah. So you started 4 years ago, and you've been continually each year refining and refining your vessels. Yes, yeah, and working on that whole thing, yeah. And someone told me, and this is crazy talk, but like the new vessels, you pitted them against the year before's vessels, and is that the secret sauce? Am I giving that away? Should I maybe not have said that? Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, good job, guys. I mean, again, really, really well done. And thank you for coming here 4 years in a row. It's awesome. Yeah, no more free lunches for you guys. You're done, finished. All right, last award. Here we go. And we'll send you on your way. You can go home. Fastest boat, afternoon races, double elimination bracket with judges monitoring who crossed the finish line first. Clarenville. Clarenville, well done. Well done. Good job. Guys, congratulations to everyone, all of our award winners, and everybody who participated. I mean, it was a great day, right? We got to know each other a little better. We got to see your boats and all the stuff that you guys are up to in your schools. And obviously, the hard work and dedication absolutely pays off, and that's true, as you will learn, for a lot of things in life. Yeah. Are we going to do a group photo, Jeff, or are we finished there? We did do one this morning. Yeah, I think we're good there. Okay, good, awesome. Okay, just double checking. Well, guys, that concludes our 12th annual model boat race. Thank you so much for coming out. Drive safe.